I did not ask you. I did not ask you to go anywhere. I just wanted to go down here to the bottom and see. Thank you. Now can we get back to my goddamn history, please? Alright. Brother D. Roy Cruz, your life applications officer. I'm on my business channel, which I failed to have a business. But I'm on there anyway. I have it in case business comes back to me, in case I get lucky with a business again. I haven't done anything on this channel for a while because I've been broke. And I just got my rent caught up. I saved myself from homelessness. And I have nothing good to say about business right now, living in this pathetic land of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Okay, this place is pathetic. But it's a good place to visit. It's just not a good place to live and not a good place to work. Now most people I know, and I'm talking a lot of white people I know, would disagree with me. They go through hell on earth working here in Pittsburgh, everything from dealing with just won't quit homeless people, dealing with thugs, dealing with crazy relationships, grudges and gossip and crap at work, to crazy traffic and road rage and crime and violence, domestic violence, rape, you name it, in the city of Pittsburgh. And a lot of these white folks still think this is a great place to live. The black folks say, yeah, I can't wait to get out of here, go somewhere else. But where would I go? Where would I go? Where would I go? It's the same everywhere. No, it's not. It's not the same everywhere. It's not the same everywhere. Stop saying that. It's not the same everywhere. Okay, I was taught as a kid there's a reason why white folks move to suburbs. And I've been to the suburbs, and I've been hanging out with my white folks, in these suburbs of Pennsylvania, my state, even in the suburbs around Pittsburgh, right outside of Allegheny County, and I've been to some of the lovely, and I'm not going to tell you where I'm moving to. I'm getting ready to move. I'm getting ready to give up on, I'm 58 years old. I'm done with the city life. I'm done with it. The city can kiss my hide. I'm ready to move to the suburbs. I'm getting ready to do that. I'm not just moving to the suburbs outside of Pittsburgh. Some of y'all that watch my channels enough, you've been following me around YouTube, you have a pretty good idea what I'm doing because I talk about it enough without realizing I talk about it that much. But this is what I want to do today. I want to go back to talking about the Philippines because I got a feeling God's going to bless me to go there pretty soon. And I'm not going there. I'm going to say this again. I'm not going there at 58 years old, which by the time I get there, I'll probably be over 60. I'm not going there for the exotic, as they put it, exotic Filipinas. Although, if I can still get it up, I wouldn't mind having a lovely 40-some-year-old Filipina for a wife. I don't want a 30, 20, 30 and under woman for a wife. Right now at 58, if a woman is in her late 30s, that might be cool, but I'd rather her be no more than like 10 to 20 years younger than me. 30 years younger than me, that's too much. I'm just being honest, because I do believe that women become better wives as they get older. And I do believe that in all countries, women make better wives as they get older in all countries, including the Philippines. I do believe that women, when they get old and they start to get wrinkles and they start to realize that they're not their best look, they start to cherish, especially if you are getting married later on in your older age, you start to cherish what marriage is all about. You start to cherish what relationships between the sexes are about. And you're not interested in, sleeping with one guy, but showing your cleavage to another and another and another, and showing your butt cheeks to another and another and another and another, while you claim to be faithful to the one. You're not faithful to the one if you need to do TikTok and put on your most lowest cut blouse and your most tightest, pair of shorts, or your shortest skirt, and get on videos and talk about sex while your man is at work, while your man is out there making your money. And if we're talking about the Philippines, we're talking about Filipino women doing TikTok like this young lady right here in front of me. Gorgeous lady. And I know her husband. I don't know if they broke up. I remember there was one video where they said they were separating for a while or something like that. But I think she's married to either Jasper or Gio, whichever one it is. And so she has her own channel. See, this is my problem. She has her own channel, and she also has his. And why do you need your own channel, sweetheart? You need your own channel because he is not the end of the road for you. And as you know, let me tell you something. Let me say something to all you fornicators out there in every country. There is no E in the word women and men when it comes to talking about love and sex and marriage. That makes you a slut and a slut maker. There is no E in the word. It's A. It's singular. You only talk about the one you are with. This woman wants to get on here. Let's look at this. And I'm going to get to him, this knucklehead over here, in a second. Let's get to this. This is the one that really killed me. There's one here where she says, are foreign men the best lovers? Now, this is a gorgeous exotic, as she would call herself. She got right on here and said, well, exotic Filipinas like us. First of all, before I get to talking about these videos, okay, there are exotic Filipinas all over frickin' America. Stop letting these white men come over to the Philippines and tell you that they're getting something. Oh yeah, they're getting something. Let me tell you something. And I hate the shift. Because I agree with men going overseas, whether you want to call yourself passport bros or whatever, going overseas, okay, and finding love overseas where women are more, because of third worldness, women tend to be more clingy to their men and more submissive and less independent. Which biblically, as a Christian, if a man can be a Christian for 2 seconds, okay, it's very attractive to a Christian man like myself. It's very attractive to know that a woman, if she got me, she doesn't need anything else. She doesn't need, but there's one thing that all these women want, and they'll throw a foreigner, they'll throw anything. They've already thrown Filipino men under the bus, and you'll see it here. They do it over and over again all day. I'm surprised these Filipino men haven't shot these Filipinas yet, because they get on here and they, and the Filipino Pete wants to go out there and interview these guys, and maybe 1 out of 50 said, well, yeah, we get a little bit jealous about foreigners coming over here dating our women. But this is the thing. These women bash these Filipinas, okay? I mean, these Filipinas, bash these Filipino men every time they talk about foreigners. Because what foreigners are they talking about? They're talking about white men, okay? And they're talking about Americans, Canadians, okay, Indians that come from wealthy Indian nations and have American money, okay? Sometimes even other Asian men from Japan, and but most of the time it's white men. And yes, I am very jealous, but I also think it's what's the word for it? Whoredom on the side of a Filipina. And I think that the only reason why it's always white is because they feel that they're going to the highest bidder. Now, the first thing we see when we listen to these women is that it's all about the Philippines. It's not about, oh, you found love, so run away with your love. And, no, it's about you coming to the Philippines as a white man. And yes, you have to be old. You can't be young. You got to be old. But you have to be tall. And you have to be everything that DeRoy Cruz is not. Okay? And you have to be rich. Okay? Or you have to have money that is twice the size of the cost of living in the Philippines. Okay? One thing that these women over here in the States are true. And it took me, how long I've been talking about this now? 3-4 years? On this channel, I've been talking about it about 2. Okay? People who criticize Filipinas are right about one thing. Number one, about the third world need for American men. Okay? A lot of these women, yes. They're even the Filipina P and Mike's Philippine journey were honest about it. If you go over to the Philippines and you find a woman that has a successful job in the Philippines, okay, she owns businesses. She's a real estate agent. She owns businesses. She has, people working for her. She's a woman of power. Okay? She doesn't care about men like a lot of women here in the West. She doesn't care about men. She's looking for a man that can match her. It's no different. She's looking for a man that can match her in the Philippines the way women want men. When women in the West, here in America, in Canada and so forth and so on, when they go up in finances, when they make more money than a man, they lose respect for that man. It ain't no different in the Philippines. It ain't no different in the Philippines. And I'm not talking like, oh, you make $1 more an hour than your man. I'm talking about you're on a different financial plateau than your man. You're working executive, you're working real estate, you're working, you're a lawyer or a doctor or something, and he's working to survive in the Philippines. Now, I heard one girl on here sit there and say that she married a foreigner and he was working a job in the Philippines because he lost what he had when he first moved to the Philippines. He lost he lost business contracts or whatever, and now he's still making American money, but in order to keep his lifestyle with her, he's working a job. He decided to work a job in the Philippines. Okay? And he's still making good money, but nothing like his woman is making. And I've seen maybe one woman out of 50 say that she's still with, and it's because they've already been together. They've been rich and they've been up and down. It ain't like she went after the dude that's struggling in the Philippines. She went after the American man that's struggling in the Philippines. They were once the rich couple, and he was able to meet her, and lucky for him, she didn't just throw him to the curb when she seen that, he'll never catch back up to her, okay? But we get on this bandwagon of thinking these Filipinas are so different than women in the West, and they're different if they're third world. They're different if you can take them out of their third world and leave them in the Philippines. They don't want to go to wherever they need to go in order to be happy. Like if a woman is depending on a man that she met to take care of her, and she doesn't have to work for him to take care of her. She's going to take care of her. She's 30 years old. She doesn't even need a job. She can stay home. What does she do in the Philippines? She's doing TikTok, getting on YouTube and doing TikTok and talking about it like she invented all this. No, she didn't invent any of this. She's just jumping on this bandwagon with the rest of them. And then they don't tell you, how much fornication is going on here. They don't tell you that these white men are coming over there and they're sleeping with hundreds of girls, some even underage, before they actually sit down and make these YouTube videos about how they found their Filipina. Who's getting on here talking about Jesus Christ without putting religion down and saying, negative things about religion, like the Filipina P? She's supposed to be a Christian, but she don't believe this, and you don't believe this, and you don't believe that, and you don't believe this, and you don't believe that, and you don't believe that. And I don't think you necessarily have to do this. You don't necessarily have to stop doing this. You don't necessarily have to stop doing that. Well, then you're not a Christian then. Stop saying you're a Christian. Why do I get emotional about this? Because I'm one of them kind of black men. I've always admired Asian women. The first day an Asian woman put her hands on me. Now, I've always been attracted to Asian women ever since I, got older, ever since I've hit like 40. I started paying attention, and again, these Filipinas think that, what got me interested in looking into the Philippines in the first place was because I met some Filipinas over here in the States. And I said, hold up, you Asian and you nice and brown like that? Girl, you darker than me. And you gorgeous. And I don't talk to women. I don't even try. And I met a Filipino woman on a bus one day. I can't tell if she was Filipina or, from Indonesia, but she was a doll baby. And I just melted, and she's darker than me. But she was gorgeous. And like this girl here, she got the hair, she always had her hair. You could tell she had long, beautiful hair that when she unties her hair, it goes all the way down her back. She worked at a restaurant in Harmarville, Pennsylvania. And my bus went through Harmarville, Pennsylvania, in the Westmoreland County every night. And me and her kind of worked the same schedule. I was doing security like I am now. And She was working at one of the I can't remember if she's working at the Taipei restaurant, which is in Harmarville, is a big expensive restaurant there. Never got a chance to eat there yet. There's a Taipei restaurant, and then there's also like another place there, like a country club or something. She worked at one of the two. She always wore black, but that, her having her hair rolled up and wearing black didn't cover nothing up. I knew that this woman was beautiful from head to toe, and I knew that, you know, that slim body of hers was just, you know, to die for. Now, I'm over here in the States and I'm seeing these white men, and I'm jealous. I mean, I get sick and tired of seeing white men after they, you know, after all these black folks was complaining about slavery every day like a bunch of dummies. Okay, I can't stand to see these white men. Just, they got everybody. They got the best of the black women. If you meet a black woman and you can't get her to give you the time of day, you find out later she's dating a white dude. Because she fine like that. You know, white men want her because she fine. She, a black woman, she's so fine she could compete with these girls right here. She fine. You know, if you meet, you know, a black woman that, you know, that you know, act like, you know, are you here to carry my luggage? Are you here to, what are you here for? Why are you standing there? What you know, what can I do for you, sir? Excuse me, sir. You're in my space. Excuse me. You know, them kind of black women, you find out dating a white dude. And it's like I want to say the B word and say, you come from the same, I know you came from the same ghetto I came from. Somehow you managed to flip it because, why, you dating white men. Now see, this is what bothers me about these Filipinas. We got black women doing that garbage over here in the States. Oh, I'm somebody else now. I jumped from one part of the planet to another. I didn't jump from planet Earth to, you know, to outer space because I'm dating a white guy. And this white guy, he's got more money than any black guy I've ever dated. Notice she's not going to talk about, oh, he's got a bigger this and that than any white guy I've ever dated, you know. But she will say that he's more loving in bed. We got a Filipino video here where she asks, oh, are foreign men best lovers? You know. If I was a Filipino man, I'd be like, and I don't think Filipino men waste their time watching these girls' content. You know what I mean? When I watch videos about the Philippines and I see, you know, Filipino couples walking by, you know, they look just like black couples to me. The only difference is they're holding hands. They're acting like they're in love. But when I watch videos of, oh, would you come to Manila? Could you imagine yourself in the Philippines? Could you come to the Philippines and see this? And what is it? You see these tall, old white men with these young little tiny Filipino girls walking. And everybody's looking, some are laughing. And everybody's looking like, you know, like, wow. You know. And then, you know, you got these white guys. All they do is talk about life in the Philippines. How long have you been living in the Philippines? You still making videos about life in the Philippines? Let me tell you something. Okay, and I'm not trying to defend these losers, men and women, these losers that get on here and hate on men going over to the, you know, to the continent of Asia and the Dominican Republic and all that to find love. I can imagine myself doing that. And I might just do that. But see, for me to do that, God would have to tell me to do that. Other than that, I'm going over there for the Philippines, because when I look at Filipino videos, there's two things that hit my mind. The cost to take a vacation there compared for me to go take a vacation in Florida or Hawaii. Okay, number one, to be around number three, the kind of women that I love seeing every day when I walk out my front door. I'm not really interested lately in seeing white women. Okay, that's number two. But I'm not really interested in seeing white women. I'm not really interested in seeing black women. There's two things that blow my mind when I walk outside my door every day. And yes, Filipinas, when I walk outside my door every day, it's beautiful Asian women and beautiful Indian women. Okay, and if the two are mixed together, if she's half Indian and half Asian, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh Lord, help me Jesus. Oh, that is too exotic. You talk about exotic. Wow. And now some of these girls here are half Spanish. The Filipina piece showed that, since the colonization of the Philippines, a lot of these women think they're 100% Filipino. No, you're not. A lot of that beauty belongs to Spain. A lot of that beauty belongs to other Asian nations other than, other than the Philippines, And nowadays, now that there's so much, so many Asian women in the Philippines having babies with black men as well as white men, a lot of that beauty is white. A lot of that beauty is black. A lot of that beauty is African, because they just, everybody's pouring into the Philippines. They were anyway, until they start making these new, rules about foreigners. And, how does a white man go to the Philippines and get arrested for sexual harassment? How does a white man go to the Philippines, and black men ain't getting arrested for sexual harassment in the Philippines? It's white men. Black men know that if they are able to make enough money to go and actually retire in the Philippines, or at least go into the Philippines every so many months and be there for months, they know that they're living a life, and they know that they better be on their best behavior, because ain't nobody they ain't tolerating our black behind over here in the U.S. They sure ain't gonna tolerate our black behind over there in the Philippines. But these white men are getting arrested for sexual harassment, for domestic abuse. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention they're getting shot and all this over there, because why? They come over there like they're here in their own state. And you can't do that. You're in somebody else's country. And you have to respect that you're Filipina, and you being inside of her every once a night does not give you the Philippines. Okay? Does not give you white power, white supremacy in the Philippines. And then I'm hearing black folks and white folks is going at it in the Philippines because, black man go over there and he's hanging out with these white dudes, and he don't like the way the white dude's treating the Filipina, or the white dude don't like the way the black dude's treating the Filipina. Then we got Mike's Philippine Journey making comment about it and saying all kinds of things about it, and then the Filipina piece, she gonna get up there and say some stuff about, well, this is what you should not do and all this kind of stuff. But this is the thing, folks. Let me tell you something. Love, marriage, and sex. Love, marriage, and sex is God's design. not yours, not mine, not the Philippines, not Asia, not it doesn't start with curves and boobs and vaginas. That's not how love began. That's not love, marriage, and sex. Love, marriage, and sex is not porn. If I meet a woman, whether I meet her in her country or whether I meet her in mine, the first thing out of my mouth, if a woman comes here and she's visiting the U.S., she visits Pennsylvania, and we start talking, somewhere in the first few conversations that we have, when I start to see her sparkling in my eyes and my eyes sparkling in hers, we're going to have this conversation about how much I love my state and I'll never ever be anything but an American. And as we fall in love, if we fall in love after that conversation to begin with, then we're going to talk about, what I'm willing to do since you are not an American and I'm not Filipino. What I'm willing to do. Well, I'm willing to meet you in the middle. Long distance loving ain't going to happen. That's a divorce just waiting to happen. I will not do that. Long distance loving, we ain't doing it. And all these women, these Filipinas, have failed at long distance loving. Any woman that has not failed at long distance loving, you found out that she didn't care about sex. She didn't care about, she didn't care about certain things. Even when y'all finally got married and tied the knot, she didn't care about, being naked with you. She could be married to you and go without sex. That's why she was able to have this long distance relationship, because she's not thinking of you that way. She doesn't think of you as a sexual being she can't wait to be intimate with. She's thinking of you, and a lot of you old cats hear me good. You old cats my age and up, you hear me good. Most of these Filipinas are not thinking about you sexually. And when a woman has to have a man at home for security, but then she has to go and do TikTok, and she has to be in videos every day talking about, hold up, this woman is sitting here asking this question, are foreign men the best lovers? See that word right there says M-E-N. I've met her boyfriend, I've met her husband. How dare you say, are foreign men? You want to expose yourself, and where your brain is at, you should be saying, is my foreign man the best lover? It would be the same BS. But why are you talking like this? Are foreign men the best lovers? The answer is no, they're not. The best lovers are the men that will marry you, which becomes the man, because you're only going to marry one. This will marry you. And so what she's saying here is that she's been with more than one white man, is what she's saying. She has a smorgasbord of memories. They're all memorable. All the ones she slept with. And I listened to this video, and she said, well, I'm not saying the Filipino men that ain't. Well, then don't say it then. Stop saying it. It doesn't matter. It only matters what you do with the man that you are with. When I see posts like this right here, Okay? When I see posts like this,
I'm not saying all Filipinos are not romantic, but I have noticed that in our culture, being romantic, being sweet, being expressive with love and affection is not taught. When we think of foreigners, we think that foreigners are very romantic, very loving, so we want to experience that, we want to have that. So the Filipinas that are willing or wants to experience this will end up to date foreigners, because we believe that foreigners are more romantic, more open to a lot of things, to adventures in being outgoing or in bed or in any aspects of life and love. So I'm not saying all Filipinos.
okay, so let me get this straight. Lovemaking is taught? You think white men in the U.S. are taught how to make love? Is that what you think? Is that what you think? I think I'll put a comment in here. If I can find it. Here it is right here. The answer is no. White men are just more sexually explicit, and they are. I remember when I had my first industrial job. This guy put his girlfriend's vagina juices in a beer bottle and poured beer over it and offered other people at the job site to take a sip. And we were like, is he dead serious? When his girlfriend had an orgasm, he put it in a beer bottle. Okay? And then he poured his beer on top of it. And at break at work, he says, you know what's in this bottle? And you smelled it. It smelled like beer, but it also smelled kind of like humane. And so white men would do stuff like this. You know, the whole thing about putting food and stuff on a woman's vagina and then eating, you know, look, yeah, that's all white. You know, that's white men doing that crap. You know, putting food and desserts and stuff on a vagina, and you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. Back in the day, matter of fact, I was back there in the '80s when I found out that black men don't go down on their women. I'm like, seriously? I didn't know this. I guess I watched too much porn because I can't wait to be with a woman so I can go down on her. You know, but a lot of black men said we don't do that. We don't get blowjobs either. And so the black women weren't giving blowjobs. And the black women weren't giving BJs. Okay, I should censor here. And the black men weren't going down on their women either. And so white culture, that's another thing that white culture taught us. You know, that it's okay to go down. It doesn't make you a prostitute if you go down on your man. It doesn't make you, you know, you're not going to get throat cancer like, what's that one actor that claimed he got throat cancer from too much? You're not going to get throat cancer if you go down on your woman. Okay, you know, and you'll probably enjoy it. And so, you know, a lot of black men today, that's all they talk about is going down on their woman, you know. And I think a lot of these Filipinas, as well as I've heard white women say, well, you know, black men don't go down on women, you know. You know, to me, oral sex, and even in the church, people try to ban oral sex, and they try to ban fellatio, period. And I'm the kind of person, I believe that unless all we're doing is having sex to have babies, then put your goddamn head down there and stop talking stupid. God ain't into what you're talking about. That ain't God. I'm pretty sure, you know, the patriarchs of the Bible went down on their women and the women went down on their men. And, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, King Solomon could tell you about, you know, his wet experiences with women on both sides of the board. Okay, give me a break with that. But anyway, I made this comment here. I said answer is no. White men are just more sexually explicit. Blacks pound more and too much. Filipino men finish too quick, I'm assuming, because this is what she's making this video. She's saying, what? Oh, so you don't like a man, so maybe Filipino men don't go down and do, so that's maybe what she means. Because, yes, that's one thing where I've learned coming up, that black men will say about white men that would make a black woman cheat on a black man with a white dude, okay, is that dude, that white dude, he can't, he ain't got his pecker ain't reaching that long and ain't going that wide, but man, his tongue is down there for hours. Yeah. And when you lay down with a black man, you say, oh, I'm sore because he was. You lay down with a white dude, you say, I'm sore because his tongue was down there all night long. You know what I'm saying? So, and I learned this coming up in my first industrial job that we had these issues. I didn't know because I was like addicted to porn all my life. So, black folks in porn had to practice fellatio. Or you don't do porn, So I didn't know this. But outside of porn, back in the early 80s, a lot of black men, especially, in the ghettos and where I grew up, and especially, in states like mine, it wasn't popular for, especially it definitely wasn't popular for black women to go down on their men. Definitely not. And so black men would go out there and brag about what they did with prostitutes, not just black prostitutes, but Filipino and Chinese prostitutes, as well as white prostitutes. And what these white prostitutes and these white prostitutes and these Asian prostitutes were willing to do that black women won't do. Like, anal sex and that kind of stuff, they were doing that too. Now, I think I have heard a dozen videos on here where Filipino women have said, and something like that, if a man wants to be inside your mouth for hours, and that's all he wants, and some old men are like that because that's the only way they get it up is if you go down on them. So a lot of white old men will go crazy about oral sex in their older age, and they'll want to do too much, and then some of the younger white men, they talk about anal sex. And let me tell you, Filipinas, something. A lot of what you are willing to do, and this is going to be the most highlight what I'm getting ready to say here. Highlight what I'm getting ready to say here. Highlight what I'm getting ready to say. Out of everything I say in this video, highlight this right here. These white men. And I'm going to tell you why I separate black men from this philosophy in a second. But these white men are coming to the Philippines, getting what they want from Filipinas without themselves changing. Now, you look at how black men talk about moving to the Philippines, and it's all about, if the Filipina P does a video competing with Western women, most of the women in the video criticizing men for going to the West are black women. And they're some of the ugliest, nastiest, wretched black women you ever want to meet. Okay? Sitting there complaining about men going to the West and all that kind of stuff. But these white men are going to the Philippines, and they're saying, I want a woman to be submissive. And I want a woman to be traditional. I want a traditional Filipina. I want her to be submissive and all this stuff. Okay. But you're still the same lowlife that you was back here in the States. You didn't treat your wife right, regardless of what she did. There's two sides of the story, buddy. And I hate to sound like one of the people that's against the passport bros, because I'm not. I'm 100% supportive of what they're doing other than the illicit part of it, okay? You never changed, brother. You never changed before you went over to the Philippines. That's why your first girlfriend is only going to be one of many before you finally settle down and marry one. These black guys, they go out there, they get their nuts off, and they come home. And they say, I'll go back next month. I'll go back next year. No, these white men go out there, and they're banging all these women. Some of them are married. Some of them are lying about being married. Some of them are prostitutes, bar girls. You know, let's not even talk about the lady boys, okay? And they just sticking it everywhere. And then they want to make these videos talking about, you know, life in the Philippines, and this is how I got started. And I started off as a passport, bro, and I'm out here, and and my girlfriend, you know, and the last girlfriend I was with, and then, like one word about the bar girls and blah 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 blah, you know. These white men highlight this, or going over to the Philippines as fornicators and adulterers. They got women in the States that they're not fully divorced from yet. They got women in the States that they left here with a child. And they're going over there and nutting these Filipinas, and these Filipinas are making it easy. And then you wonder why there's white men ending up in jail in the Philippines. You wonder why white men are losing everything in the Philippines. Okay? How a white man breaks up with a Filipina that he got pregnant, and come on, guys. Come on, people. Let me read this. How like that? Answer is no. White men are just more sexually explicit. Blacks pound more and too much, okay? Filipinos finish too quick, but sex is only between a man and his wife. I am not a fornicator. I do not support your instant love and hitting the sheets. I don't believe in that garbage, okay? All right? It is illicit to talk about it online. So if white men are better lovers, how many lovers do you need? Because you said men with an E. When you get married or when you claim to be in love, there is no plural. And you have no business talking about any other men, any other women. Are men, are foreigners, what's the name of the video? What's the name of this video? What's it called? I can't read it. Are foreign men better lovers? What if they're not? Because actually they're not. But what if they're not? What if they're not? You still gonna hook up with them, sweetheart, even if they're not better lovers. And not all of them are better lovers, because I'm pretty sure whoever she's married to or whoever she's dating right now ain't her first. She's had several. So are foreign men better lovers? Well, if they were the best lovers, how come you're what, on number 10? Number 8? How many, what is your body count, sweetheart? What is your body count? Then the other side of it is, as you can see, how to flirt with Filipinas. They're getting you all set up. Then this girl here, Dear foreigner, your two biggest enemies in the Philippines. And what's the name of the video? What's the name of the picture? Guys get too excited about pussy. And all these are about foreigners. When they say foreigners, they actually mean white men. Okay, black men are a commodity. Black men are like a delicacy in the middle of all this. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Black men are like kind of like adding rib meat, okay, to the steak. And you're eating steak, and you say you don't like red meat, but you cook what was brought to you, and that's red meat. That's red meat. That's pretty good. That's fat. That's fat. That's a lot of cholesterol, but it's tasty. You know what I'm saying? Black men are like, I only like small dogs, but that one there is cute. That one there is a very, 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 very cute dog for his size, and very, very aggressive at the same time. He's a keeper. But initially, when they talk about foreigners or talking about white American men, they're talking about men from the United States that are white. They're talking about European men, okay? And they're talking about Canadian men. That's what they're talking about. They're not really talking about Indian men, African men, black men, okay? And I think that Filipinas think that black men are just another. And if you've ever read about, and the Filipina piece said it right, even though I don't agree with everything she says, sometimes she exaggerates the issue for her channel content, but she did say that Asian women, it's not just China or Japan, it's Asian women in general, especially the more darker you are in complex. Asian women are always inferior feelings about, they'll sit there and tell a white man, oh, I love my gorgeous caramel colored skin, and I love my skin the way it is, but yet you say, oh, yet the Filipina P will say that, and out of the same mouth, she'll switch the other side of her lip and say, well, Asian women have, Filipino women have a, what's it called? A complex about their skin color compared to Chinese women or women of Japan, and they have a complex about their skin color, so they marry white men, and they hope that their children will be a shade lighter than they are. They want their children to have blue eyes and, they blonde hair and all that kind of stuff. They'll say that. And when I hear Asian women get here on YouTube, whether they be Filipino or whether they be Chinese, or Korean or whatever they are, and they say why they don't date black guys, it starts to make me, because all black guys are not the same. All black guys are not the same. And they try, and there's videos in here about the Philippines where the Filipina P went around and interviewed Asian women, okay, and said, do you prefer white men or black men, or do you prefer both? Many of them said they prefer both depending, and then most of them though said they only prefer white men. And she said, well, why do you only prefer white men? And they said because black men are dirty and they're nasty, and that's not true. That is not true. I don't know what they meant. I think they meant like we're more prone to be criminal. Well, not in their country, but yes, in our own country, yes, we're more prone to being criminal, which excludes myself, because the only crime I've ever done was I let my cousin talk me into stealing a little box of cookies from a local store in Brooklyn when I was just a kid. Okay, but that's the only crime I've ever done. I've never done aggravated assault, robbery, theft. I barely even steal ink pens. You know, if I take your ink pen, I'm going to come back with a more expensive pen and buy you a whole bag of them and leave them in your office. You know what I mean? If I had to take your pen for a minute and I went home and said, oops, I walked out with this pen. The first thing I'm going to do is go to Staples and grab a whole bag of, some really good high quality pens and leave them in your office, and you're going to be like, where'd all these nice pens come from? That's the way I am. That's something that the Lord has taught me over the years as I've grown as a Christian. But I've never done crime. So the idea that if you're saying that black men are dirty because crime or something like that, you're highly tripping, because I'm not like that. And I don't have any friends that are like that, or they wouldn't be my friends. Okay, and I gotta admit, I background check all my friends when they're black. Okay, because we are very, I think, in the whole continent of Asia, not just Filipinos, Asian women don't date black men because of what they see on TV, because on TV you're only seeing the negative side of black men. You're not seeing people like me. I'm not on TV. Okay? And none of my friends are on TV. Nobody that goes to my church is on TV. And I don't even go to a black church. I go to a mixed church. I'm done with the black church. That needs to stop. Okay, that needs to stop. There is no black church anymore. There is no white church. We're just a church of the living God. Okay? But I go to a mixed church. And all the churches I go to are mixed. And I don't give a rat's behind if the pastor is white, black, Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. I don't give a rat's behind. As long as I can understand what he's talking about, I don't give a rat's behind what race he is. Get that mess out of my face. I'm tired of hearing it. It doesn't matter. Okay, but getting back to this, if you're saying that black men are dirty because we have oily skin, okay. We sweat more than white men, I don't know what you're saying. But if you say we're dirty on a hygiene level, who's the ones that don't wash their hands when they go to the bathroom and they get caught all the time? They've even got fired for it on the job. There'd be white men. Don't wash their hands when they leave the bathroom. I know guys talking about guys being sexually explicit, white men being sexually explicit. I know a guy who was, I used to do a security job in a parking garage, and there was this white man who was nuts about his wife because, he had 2 kids by her, and the other 2 kids in his family was from his ex-wife. So I found out later that him and his new wife weren't married that long. They married in his older years. Now, his new wife was probably 10 years younger than him in age. And she was a little bit chubby. I didn't find her very attractive, but, comparing her to other women her age, she probably was attractive enough. She was in her 40s, he was in his 50s. I think she was like 10 years younger than him. They were a nice couple. And he came to work one day talking about the night he had with his wife last night. He just kept talking about sex and all like that. Like, dude, are you inviting me to sleep with your wife? Like, I don't need to know everything you do in bed with your wife. Assuming that I don't go down on my wife. Was I married at the time? I think I was married at the time. And he was like talking to me like I don't go down on my wife. We're past the black men don't do this. I've never lived that. Like I've never done that. I've never had, I've never been with a woman that doesn't believe in fellatio and so she doesn't receive fellatio. You know what I'm saying? I've never had that. So he's preaching a sermon to me about, his wife and what they do in the bedroom and all this kind of stuff, like I'm missing out on something. And I noticed that she was all over him. It was, you could smell it a mile away. Like, dude, you buried your face down there for hours until it began to stink. And then you didn't take a shower. You didn't brush your teeth. Okay? And everything you eat just makes that smell. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? This dude smelled like what he did last night. Like, he did what he did and didn't take a shower. Okay? And he definitely didn't brush his teeth. Like, oh my God. And so it was so humane that I'm wondering, does his wife take regular baths? Because it started to get foul as the day progressed, and I just had to back up. Like, I would stand in the booth with him and just talk, make the hours pass. But today he's like, "Where you going?" I was like, I'm going to go eat lunch. If I haven't lost my appetite. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sex is not what we worship. Sex is what we practice with our spouses, because that's the way God designed it. But, it's just too crazy. So black men, in my opinion, they definitely take showers and brush their teeth when they get done laying down with a woman. And they definitely take showers. Some of us take 3 showers a day. And we ain't even sweating. We ain't doing nothing but being lazy, and we take 3 showers a day. And I know my wife took 2 to 3 showers a day. Even when we didn't do anything but lay around the house, she took 3 to 2 showers a day. Also, even though my wife was married, I met white women that told me, "Why does a woman wash down there? It cleans itself." I'm like, "Excuse me? Huh?" My wife used to douche every week, and she wasn't sleeping with nobody but me. But she loved to be clean, all up in there. Okay, and we would take baths together. We would take showers together. You know what I'm saying? She put soap down there. She washed down there for a good while. You know what I mean? She douched down there, twice a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. What do you mean black men are dirty? No, we're cleaner than white people. We take more showers and baths. Okay? We're more about the way we dress and our cologne and stuff like that. Like just yesterday I bought a new bottle of cologne. Now Paul Sebastian I wear that everywhere, all day, every day, all the time. But I bought this house then because this white woman at Walmart said that, I said, "What cologne do you use? What cologne do you recommend for a man?" She's an older lady. And she pointed to the house then. Okay, and because they don't really have a large variety at Walmart like they do at not Target, don't have anything really, like they do at Macy's. They don't have a wide variety. The cheapest cologne that you're gonna buy at not Target, Macy's, is gonna cost you $100 top. The cheapest is gonna cost you $100 top. Okay, and I paid $150 for, what was it, Giorgio or one of them that's really good, a while back. And I also paid $150. Well, I paid a little bit over $100 for Paul Sebastian. But I get a bigger bottle of it for the price, and I only paying $30-$40 for it at Walmart. I get a bigger bottle for the price. It only costs me $30 to $40. Some days it's $40, some days it's $30. If Walmart is booming in business, they'll charge me $30 for a average bottle of Paul Sebastian the bottle that's that big with the spray, or they'll charge me $40. So this week, because of the Christmas holiday and everything, and they're still recovering from the Christmas and New Year's bash, the price went up to $40, but it will come back down to $30 to $30 some dollars. But I had to get it. No, I didn't get it. I got the Houston. What am I talking about? But I tried the Houston, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've been using it for the last couple of days, and somebody told me the other day, he said, "Boy, you smell good." I says, "Oh, thank you." What happened to the Paul Sebastian? You know too much. I decided to give it a break and get something cheaper. But thank you. I'm glad you like it. But to say that white men are dirty, black men are dirty. To say that black men are dirty, you don't know our history. You don't know our history. These are the guys that don't go out into the woods. These are the guys that don't even get in the swimming pool because of all y'all swimming. And they don't want your germs. Let alone some of us can't swim. Okay? These are the guys that don't play in the mud. They don't do anything fun and exciting. What do you mean we dirty? What do you mean we dirty? How are we dirty? We're all into our skin. We're all into, like I said, a lot of us take 3 showers a day and ain't done squat all day. What do you mean we're dirty? I heard these Filipinas say that. We're not dirty. We're very clean. We're a very clean race of people. And the women, oh my God. And that's one thing I got to hand to a black woman if I'm to be a fornicator. That if I'm trying to get my business going on with a black girl, then again, this is 2025. Black women have changed over the years, but I know coming up, every time somebody touched a black woman's hand, she went and washed her hands. If her own boyfriend touched her hand, she went and washed her hands. And black people playing with their dogs and their cats and their whatever pets that they have, they go wash their hands when they get done playing with the dog. Okay? When my babies were little, when my daughters were just babies, toddlers, infants, I used to wash my hands after handling my daughters. Okay? Nobody's germs gets mixed in the black community. Okay? Even in our own blood family, we ain't mixing germs. Okay? Black women kissed their man and immediately go in there and brush their teeth. You know what I mean? What are you talking about? We dirty? Are you crazy? That's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. That's one thing I got to hand to black people. Is clean hands, clean butts, clean vaginas, clean peckers. We're all about the shower. We can't wait to get home and take a shower. We can't wait to get the sweat off of us. We can't wait to black women, they can't wait to put their Nuxzima on. They can't wait to put that special soap on, and they can't wait to go get their hair done and all like that. You got us wrong. Okay, you got us wrong. We are the cleanest people I've ever wanted to meet. Now, I've met some funky behind Asian people. Men, not Asian women, but men. I met one funky Asian girl. I met one girl that was funky. She sat in front of me on a bus one time. She's a very, very pretty girl, but somebody didn't wipe her butt. Somebody just pooped in her pants or didn't wipe her butt. Okay, but oh my goodness, she was so pretty. Maybe I'll wipe her butt for her. She was very, very gorgeous for somebody that didn't smell right. Okay, but I like my women perfume and very, very minimal makeup, and I like them smelling like baby powder, and that's the way I like my women. I really do. And I don't care whether they're white, black, Asian, I like them smelling good. Any woman who thinks that perfume or essential oils or something is not her thing, you find something that you ain't allergic to and smell nice. Okay, throw some powder down there. So I mean, I like a woman smelling good, especially if she's putting on the clothes and all like that. Why am I smelling your underarms when you're out on a date? You know what I'm saying? And I've been around some white women, boy, talking about underarms. I remember I went to IHOP one time. This white woman, she was a beautiful little bomb. And I was tempted to can I have it? Oh my God, what is that? Ooh. Oh my goodness. She was trying to take my order and I was like this. I'll have the pancakes, the blueberry pancakes, ma'am, with the eggs. And how you want your eggs? Should I get eggs? Yeah, give me some eggs. Give them to me over easy. And I mean, she was gross. She was so gross, I ended up telling her manager on her. I says, hey, very pretty girl, and I left a good tip because she's so sweet and nice, but them underarms is kicking somebody. There's more women here than men. This might be your chance to say something to her. I'd rather you say something to her than one of these customers say something to her because their underarms is kicking. And they said, okay, sir, thank you for that. And I said, here's another tip. Since I had to tell you that, because I'm not trying to be funny or trying to be critical, their underarms was kicking. And you could see it like all this was wet under here, And of course, sometimes when it's hot in the kitchen, but you can't rush to work so fast that you forget to do the basic minimals, But anyway, what else we have here? She's right. Dear foreigner, your two biggest enemies, and one was the way that they go crazy about coochie. And you white men are busted. So here's a girl that's being honest and saying that y'all coming over there for the coochie and that's all y'all want, And then here how to flirt with a Filipina. Okay, tell me how I flirt with a Filipina. How do I flirt with a Filipina? Now, there are some things that they say, and these videos here are very similar to videos that I've heard about a Filipina P and stuff like that, because what I appreciate about Filipinas is you confuse them if you do stuff like we do over here in the U.S., like, hey, baby, I was checking you out, can I get your digits? Some women over here in the U.S. are waiting on that. But I'm glad these girls are not. I'm glad that, they're not just letting men come up to them and say, okay, come on, don't do that. I want to make sure I cover everything here. I'm about done. I think I got it all out. This thing about Filipinas getting jealous is just crazy because, first of all, again, you shouldn't be doing the long distant relationship thing, and it seems like you get jealous over these white men than you get jealous over your own men, and you get more jealous over these white men than you do your own men. And is it really about him, or is it about the fact that he's a bankroll? Is it what are you really getting jealous about? What are you really afraid? Let me tell you ladies something. Anytime and I've done it. I went into the bathroom to take a piss and came out. My girl was talking to another dude, and I just left. And I'm standing behind him. They don't see me there. I'm standing behind him in the corner. And I'm listening to him trying to, get acquainted with her. She know I'm in the bathroom. She didn't see me come out. And she's sitting there letting this guy, letting this guy, make the connection when she's supposed to be with me. I just disappeared. I left, got in my car, and left her there. I don't play that. No, there are, like if you're with me and we're not married, at least don't let other men approach you in front of me. At least make that our time. And these Filipinas are just as bad for doing that, especially when it comes to foreign men. Just like I watch these videos where these black guys in the Philippines go out and talk to these Filipinas. And when they say, yes, I have a boyfriend, they keep on filming. What she should be doing is getting up and walking away or saying, don't film me, I have a boyfriend. Oh, smile for the camera. Okay, where do we find you if we want to find you? Did I not explain to you that I have a boyfriend? No, they don't do that. They sit there and they have all these men, whether they be black or white, and some of these Filipinos are just using the black men for sex, and they're using the white men to get married and have children with. But they have no problem cheating on a white man with a black man and vice versa. Okay? But I've watched them do this stuff where they'll sit there and let some black dude come up to them and film. And get her to pose for the camera and ask her all her business and ask her about, and say, oh, you have a boyfriend, so, and they be asking the most personal questions that ain't none of their goddamn business. That's the kind of stuff that'll cause me to shoot somebody. Like, get out my woman's face. And if I find out that my woman is sitting out there, letting guys, roll up on her like that, what I will do is I will tell her, where does he live? Did he tell you where he lives? Where can you find him at? Because I'm going to drop you off. I'm going to drop you off. Nobody gets to interview my girl about her love life. You want to talk about her music career, or you want to talk about the Philippines, or you want to talk about America, or you want to talk about something that you don't know about that a personal or a public bystander rather can tell you, that anybody can tell you, whether they're ugly or pretty or whether they man or woman, and you just interviewing random people, that's fine. But to roll up on a man's woman because she's pretty and you're just dick hard, excuse my French, you just got a hard on to get you some before you get back on a plane, dude. Here in America, you can get away with that in the Philippines, but in America, you talking about black on black crime, that's how people get shot. You don't ever roll up on another man's woman and ask, and these women be getting people shot because they don't be honest and say, hey, I have a boyfriend. Where are you going with this? My boyfriend wouldn't like it if he walked out here and caught you all up in my face with a camera filming me and all this kind of stuff. They do this non-stop in the Philippines, especially these women that are in their 20s and under. They do this constantly. And I've seen it over and over and over again. And I'm waiting for that part. Oh, you've been talking for almost an hour now. Now you're going to ask her if she has a boyfriend. Oh, can I keep these pictures? You don't mind me keeping these pictures of you, do you? And all that kind of stuff. And she's going to let this guy put her on his Facebook page, put her on his TikTok, put her on his YouTube channel. And near the end of the video, she says, yes, I have a boyfriend, and we've been together for such and such a year. Some of them say, I got a husband, and they've been together for such and such a year. And they keep on going. Then they go to the next one. Now they acting like, okay, you got a husband, you want to come, you want to come with us? You want to meet us? You want to meet us for drinks tonight? Did she not just say she has a husband? Did she not just say she has a boyfriend? And some of these girls will say yes. Or I'll see what I can do. Oh, in other words, you're going to see how you can do circles around your boyfriend or your husband to get to them. And see, the problem with the Philippines is this goes on in the U.S. Men are going over there to do differently than what they do in the U.S., but they're doing what they can't get away in the U.S. They can't get away with that in the U.S. because a woman will explain to him, I have a boyfriend. What's the biggest number one favorite TikTok video about approaching girls that have boyfriends? Guy goes to following a woman around and he's like, hey baby, I was checking you out. I was wondering if I could get you. I have a boyfriend. And then he's like, oh, it looks like your tire is flat. And she's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Can your boyfriend, can somebody get a boyfriend over here? You know, and that's everybody's favorite TikTok videos. There's a dozen of them where you know, a girl don't want a guy hitting on her because she's got a boyfriend. And so when her tire is flat or she can't lift the bar or whatever, you know, oh, well, where's your boyfriend? Why can't your boyfriend come and fix your tire and all like that? So, you know, that doesn't make her look bad. That makes the man look bad because that shows that the man's got one thing on his mind. He can't be a gentleman to a woman because he's not going to be her boyfriend because she don't want to give him her digits. You know, I went out there and I've met women stranded on the road on a rainy day, and I went out there and put her tire on her car and everything, okay? And I sat there and watched her man. She never even, I told her, she rolled the window down. She was scared because she thought I was going to like use, you know, the fact that she got a flat tire, she can't go nowhere as a way to sexually assault her or something like that. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. One time a woman was pregnant, you know, and I said, get back in your car, you know, I'll do it. You have a tire. And she was so scared. She gave me the keys and locked herself in the car. And then I opened the trunk, took the tire out, and she opened the window about this much. I had to squeeze the keys in the glass, okay, because she was so scared. And I put the tire on, and then she stuck a $50 bill out there. I says, no, don't do that, woman. I'm just, you know, I do this for fun. You know, I'm just out here driving, and I saw you stranded out here. You know, I do this for fun. You know, and I did it to a guy and his wife that was stranded. You know, as well. I don't just do it to get women. You know, I went out there. There was a guy out there trying to fix his car, and you know, I happen to be doing what I do, just driving for fun. And his wife's sitting in the car. She's all aggravated and everything. Like, we should have took a rental car. I told you to take the rental car, blah, 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 blah. And I went up there and I said, what's going on, man? And he said, man, if I could just, you know, get somebody to make a phone call. And I gave him my phone, and I waited for him and made sure that the people came, and I made sure that they had a ride out. Another time, a guy, you know, I ran into a guy, and, you know, I went and got some gas for him. He had to trust me. He was out of gas. I went to the gas station and got gas for him. He had to wait for me to come back so him and his wife could put the gas in, and put the gas in the car, started right up, and they went back to their hotel. You know, so many things to do in this world that don't involve sex, don't involve getting a woman's digits. Just because she's pretty, she can't get her tire fixed because you thinking with your pecker instead of with your gentlemanship. I can be a gentleman to any ugly woman. Okay? I can be a gentleman to absolutely anybody. I don't need her digits. I don't need to call her. I don't need a date. I don't need anything. Okay? What men don't understand is that women know how to ask. That's a perfect picture of what I'm talking about. Women know how to ask or know how to make themselves available for men without men trying to simp them all the time. One thing beautiful I will say about the Philippines, without me ever being there, but just listening to these guys talk about the other side of it, without all the sexual innuendo about it. One thing about Filipino people is that it's easy to connect because you get acquainted with people and make friends with people, and people go out of their way for you first, and then you start to say, oh, there's a sparkle in her eyes looking at me, and there's a sparkle in my eyes. That smile, I can tell she's got a crush, or there's a crush being created. And that's the way it should be. What's the other one here? This one here is about moving a Filipina to this girl is very beautiful, I will admit. But again, I've seen her, she's the only one on here that I've seen that I would compare her to the Filipina P. She is very, 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 very pretty. She's a bomb, But I also know she was either with Gio or Jasper, one of the two. One of those is her husband or her boyfriend, and she broke up with him. Either she broke up with him and has her own channel, or she's always had her own channel, which I think she's always had her own channel. And there's another bombshell on here that's married to a man that's like 30 years older than her. Now, her boyfriend is only like 10 to 20 years older than her. But there's another girl on here, she's a bombshell too. And she put on a cheerleader outfit with the back out. Okay? And was doing this little Filipino exotic dance that she was doing in the beginning of the video. And then she turned around and went and sat next to her husband, who can barely walk, and talked about how, they met and all this kind of stuff. She's sitting a mile away from him. After all that you just did, you should be sitting on his lap doing a video, showing the world how crazy you are about him. Now some of these Filipinos, there's one here that makes me cry. There's a girl who was third world, and she was poor, and she met this old man who was very wealthy, and the old man went to her family and gave her family money to put her through college. He didn't think that he could ever be with her. Now that made me cry. He didn't think that he would ever. He's old enough to be her. She's young enough to be his granddaughter. Okay, and I felt bad for him when he said he took her to Canada. This guy was a Canadian. But he took this girl, he went to this girl's family and wrote out a check and said, I'm willing to help you put your daughter through college. And there was no strings attached. And she went to him, she told the Filipina P, she went and hunted him down. She had to actually hunt him down. There was no strings attached. She went to him and wanted to be his girlfriend. Okay, and he said, okay. Of course he said, okay. He must admit that he looked at her like, wow, she's stunning. But, he felt sorry for her, so he had the money. And he said, one time, just do it. And he put her through college. She was trying to finish college. He wrote out a check to pay off her, to pay off her going to college. And he wasn't the one that met her. Another guy met her. And, I guess the other guy had one thing on his mind. But, my man Mike's Philippine Journey, he's got a new channel now. He wants to say that he just wanted to take his channel down because he wanted to show them how it's done. But actually, I think he actually took his channel down because his channel got flagged or something. They came after him with everything they got, so he ended up changing his channel name, which I've been through it too. I've had people that came after me with everything, and all I got was them on my channel as they doing well please, just doing whatever they wanted to do with my channel. I had to actually change the channel name to one of my channels. But so it happens. But he talks about it all the time where, how people hook up compared to the passport bros coming over there to hook up. This old man was already retired, and he was in the Philippines as like his second home. He didn't live there. He was proud to be a Canadian, but, and then he said he took her home to Canada, and some younger man tried to caress his girl right in front of him, and he had to go. Here's an old man getting ready to fight some young man over his woman because she's old enough to be his granddaughter. And as I said, there's a video here where I put in, I think it's this one right here, where I put in here.
Foreigners are scared to bring their Filipina abroad in the U.S. because when a Filipina realizes that she has lots of options, yes, in the West, like she could work, she could make money on his own, and then she would be considered exotic beauty because she's unique because she's a Filipina. So she has brown skin, so she would have lots of guys that would try to get her, try to date her. So I think that's the number one fear of the foreigners, that the Filipina might cheat. Yeah.
Okay, and I put a comment in here. And I think they keep editing it because I'm not allowed to say white man in this comment section. But it says, I wrote down, Filipinas don't understand that the West is very diverse, depending between country, state, small towns, and major cities. All major cities have in every state. See, they keep messing that up. All major cities in every state are flooded. That's what I put. They keep not editing that. Flooded with various Asians and shades of Asians. States like Florida, New York, and Hawaii have Asians everywhere, and that's the U.S. Europe and Canada might have a shortage. I'm not sure, but the West is full of beautiful Asian ladies of all colors and sizes that have been here for many generations, and that's a fact. The difference is, yes, many are westernized, and many use they left it in there. And many use American white men, just like in the Pines, short for Philippines, and some are feminists. But to think that American men are not used to Filipinas is inaccurate, which has a lot to say about why Filipinas, the ones over in the Philippines as is, really have this whole, they left it in there, have this white man fetish or this white man trend. Okay? They don't understand that white men are getting Filipinas and Chinese women and Japanese women and women from Indonesia and all like that over here in the States. I'm from the city of Pittsburgh. When I go to downtown every day, I see Asian women. I see some lovely exotic Filipina, especially in broad daylight. I'm going to see them. If you go to cities in the Pennsylvania area like Philadelphia, Allentown, okay, Reading, any of the cities in the state of Pennsylvania, for example, where I live, where people go there to work, they migrate there to work. Okay, even in some of these ghettos, you're going to see these lovely, exotic, y'all in the ghetto doing drive-by shooting and robbing black businesses and all like that. And this hot, sexy Filipina walking down the street looking like the Filipina P just walk right past y'all. And I'm sitting in the car watching this, and I'm thinking, Jesus, please save the beautiful, lovely Filipina. And usually they don't bother her. It's surprisingly. They don't bother her. They do. They do, like she said. She's right about that. They do constantly hit on her. And if she doesn't, and if she acts like she's too white to date a black dude, or if she's too white, to date a person in her own ghetto. You moved into that ghetto like a dummy, and you don't like none of the men there. Okay, a white man got to come down to the ghetto and pick you up. If she does that, they don't get mad. They call her a B, but they don't put their hands on her, thank God. Some have been beaten, raped on. I told Filipina P when she went to New York, I says, are you kidding me? I know you ain't taking your little fine bet in the NYC with this migrant crap going on right now. Seriously? She says, no, I'm just here for the flights. I'm not going into the city. She was smart. And you can see how the Filipina P worships white people, because she went out to Carolina, out of all places. She went to Carolina and she went to Georgia, which I love Georgia. The Carolina, a little bit too country for me, but she went to Georgia. And she went to some wonderful places that I didn't even know exist in Georgia. She spent a ton of money. And more money than I will ever take a moment to spend in my lifetime. She spent out there. So I know YouTube is making her rich, but she spent a ton of money out there. And she also didn't want to mention it, but she stayed at her boyfriend's house. Her boyfriend lives in one of them states, or his family lives in one of them states. So when she toured, she didn't put that in the video. She thinks that keeping all this secret. No, you need to keep some of that other stuff you talk about secret. Nobody needs to hear it, but where your boyfriend lives, that's not really a big secret, as long as you don't give up his address. Okay, whether your boyfriend is black or white, that's not a big secret. Okay. She just recently let us know in a video that she just did that yes, her boyfriend is white. He's a little bit younger than me. And why she chooses white men, why she chooses foreigners, which it didn't make sense. But it was a little bit honest. She said something on the lines that when she finally settles down and decides to have a kid, she wants to bounce back between, she's very almost westernized. She loves the Philippines, but she wants to be in that place, on an educational level, she was saying, and on a language speaking level and all like that. This is why she prefers white men, because of, the way she came up in college and the way she, the jobs that she's had, and and she said she just gotten used to being around white people and all like that. And so, and as she gets older, when I first started checking her out less than 5 years ago, I say about 4 years ago, I first started checking her out. She was very, very much immature. Now she's starting to simmer down a little bit and talk like she got some common sense. That might be with the help of people like Mike's Philippine Journey criticizing her all the time. I don't know. But this luscious girl is very luscious and all like that. And if I was to walk into the Philippines, she would probably look right past me like, oh my God, I'm about to puke. But she is very, very lusciously beautiful. I really am. She's the only one on here that I can say is just as pretty as the Filipina P. She really is. I mean, she is stunning. So I wanted to use her to talk about this because she's one of them Filipino girls like the Filipina P, but she's also one of them girls that will disagree with the Filipina P about a lot of things, because Filipina P went from exaggerating to telling more of the truth. If you look at if you look at her videos, you'll see that she went from exaggerating to beginning to tell the truth more now, after she's been going through so much criticism and she's getting older and she realizes that all these men have got their peckers out and they're trying to hook up with you and all like that. They're stalking you and everything else and all this kind of stuff, and you sitting here being a tease on YouTube, okay, and all like that, and where's your man? You keep hiding him in the shadows and all like that. like somebody gonna kidnap him or something, and she's starting to realize, she said it just a week ago, like she's not getting any younger and she doesn't have any children and she wants to have children. And her man is, he's in his 50s. She needs to make a decision. She can't just, and she knows, and I'm glad, I was shocked. She said that when she gets married, she probably won't do certain content. Well, if you're engaged or if you are going steady with a dude, you shouldn't be doing this content. But I know what she's talking about. She's not going to get out there in her bikini and say, sexual innuendo on her videos and all that kind of stuff once she gets married, because that wouldn't be fair to her husband. And I could kiss her in the mouth for that, because most women don't care about that, But she said she has to make a decision. All these girls need to make a decision. But my whole point of this video is that these Filipinas don't understand that you're not any more exotic than the women that are already here in the West. The difference between you and them is that you are holding tradition. Men go to the Philippines because they're under this impression, okay? And this is the thing. They're under this impression that these women in the Philippines are more traditional and more submissive. And some of them on a sexual level are getting away with murder with that. Men can't wait to sell their teenage daughters. Some of these guys are giving away their daughters, like, shh, hey, she's only 15, but you can say she's 18. Okay? And their stories ended up like that. There's sex scandals. Men are willing to sell their daughters in the Philippines a lot of times so that the family can have the money to survive. That's what happens in third world countries sometimes. And some of these white cats are going down there and they're with underage girls that they keep them locked in the house. Okay? And, you hold their hand and walk down Manila with them. Okay? There's no, now you start caressing them and rubbing their buttocks in the corner, then people are going to start being suspicious. Okay? But the thing is, it is true, take it from the black men that go out there and bust their nut and come home. I watched a video where this black dude went to the Philippines. And he took a Filipino to Thailand with him. He sat there while she's in the background in the video talking about, after I leave Thailand, I went to the Philippines, now I'm in Thailand, and she's back there cooking for him and his friend. He got his friend with him. She's back there cooking for him like a slave, because this is what I'm about to say. He's sitting there talking about, well, I'm here. Now, see, white man, as dirty as they can be, wouldn't do this in front of their Filipina. But a black man is just ignorant and stupid. Okay? He says, she's sitting there cooking for the two of them in the background. Okay? He's sitting there saying, oh, yeah, I went to the Philippines, I went to the Philippines, and I picked her up, man, and, what I'm saying, I picked up this fine mama right here, and now, I'm in Thailand, and, we're going to do our thing this weekend, me and my boy, and my girl, and then, I'm going to the Dominican Republic next, and there's some fine babes out there, and I'm looking in the camera like, can you turn around so I can see the expression on your face, please? In the kitchen, cutting cucumbers, can you please turn your face around so I can see your expression? How dare you... How could you say something like that? The girl that you're dating is right there. You're letting her know that maybe she was just an escort. I don't know. But she was cooking for them like she was his wife. She's cooking. in the background. She's in there cutting and cutting and cutting, putting stuff in the pot, adjusting the heat, cracking eggs and everything. I'm thinking, he's sitting there talking about he getting ready to go to the Dominican Republic and look at the coochie down at the Dominican Republic. He gonna do the whole passport bro map when he's already got a girl right there that he's supposed to be kind of serious with. I mean, she wasn't a prostitute. I don't know. Maybe in the Philippines, maybe prostitutes don't just give you sex. Maybe they cook for you, massage you, do your toenails, your fingernails, and they bathe you. And I don't know. What kind of woman lets a man sit there and talk about her like she's just a piece of luggage like that? He gonna leave you. He gonna take you home to the Philippines, and then he going to the Dominican Republic without you and try to look at some of that black booty. Well, black booty is what he wants. You know what I would have said if I was her? I would have said, "Oh, so you're going to the Dominican Republic?" I would have turned off the fire from the pot, grabbed my coat, grabbed everything, and just disappear right out of the camera. And I'd have found my own way. Maybe women are timid like that. But me as a man, I'd have found my own way right back to the Philippines. The heck with him. You know what I'm saying? That's retarded. You got a woman right there, and you telling your viewers that you're going to drop her back off in the Philippines and go to the Dominican Republic to look for coochie in the Dominican Republic right in front of her. You're letting her know that she ain't nothing but a one-night stand. She's there cooking for you, dude. God. And I don't know if his friend was they supposed to have a threesome with this poor girl, or what was going on? You know, but I hear people like, there's people here in America to tell me things. I say the Philippines. They say, oh, you know you can do this and you can do that. And I says, how do you know that? Who told you? Well, I got a friend that went to the Philippines and he got this and got that. Plus he got a BJ and he got this, he got that. And, I ain't trying to be sexy, but I'm just saying, he got all that and some more before he got back on the plane to come home, and it was all for free. I'm like, either you lying or these Filipinas are lying about, oh, come to the Philippines. We're so traditional. We're so submissive. We're so exotic. We're so, The only difference between Asian women in the continent of Asia and women that are here in America is that the women here in America are westernized, and they go down like white women. They go down like black women. They lose all their feminist or feminine morals. They lose all their traditional morals. They don't believe in submissiveness. They believe a man is just there to keep them from being a lesbian. He's nothing. And this is why men go to the Philippines, but then you go to the Philippines and you hear these women talk. Like, do you think this little lovely bombshell right here, do you think that she's submissive? Do you think that she's a traditional Filipina? I highly doubt it. I believe she will cook and clean if she's with a man. But if a man say, I don't like this white blouse you're wearing with the real thin straps and you looking all luscious and beautiful. Most of the people that watch your content are men, and they saying stuff in the comment section about you all the time. That offends me, and I wish you would kind of chill with it, or something like that. And I wish you wouldn't talk about sex, on your videos, because it makes me think that you don't enjoy sex with me. You're always talking about, like sex, like you wish you would get some sex or something, like we're having sex, but you're always talking about sex in these videos. You like, I wish, you think she gonna stop? No. And And I've seen black guys, especially black guys, I've seen them go to the Philippines. They was interviewing this girl who, was a model. She was very stunning, and she was doing like modeling. It wasn't like OnlyFans or nothing like that. She was just modeling, but she was modeling, sexy modeling, like, And so he goes on a date with her, and he felt very close to her, and she had got to that point where she would let him film her. Okay, now she letting everybody else film. A lot of these Filipinas will let any stranger film them, but then they'll tell their own boyfriend, "Why are you filming me?" But she finally let him film her, and they were doing this video. And in the video, he asked her, "Would you edit your TikTok for me? Would you edit your TikTok for the man that you're in love with?" And she said no. And he says, "Why not?" And she says, because I was doing TikTok before he met me. So in other words, you're not submissive. She's not submissive, neither is the girl I'm talking about submissive, neither is the Filipina P submissive, because if you tell a man, "I will never leave the Philippines, you have to live here to be my man, you have to, I have to give my money to my family," and all like that, okay, you're not submissive. It's up to the man how much money he wants to invest into your family. It's up to the man where you will live. Once you say, "I do," it's up to the man where you will live. Unless a man is moving you to the Middle East right in the heart of the Taliban, you don't get to say, no, you have to move here to the Philippines or it's not going to work. I don't want to be in the West. Well, if you marry a Muslim man, expect to be Muslim. He will make you feel like you in the Middle East no matter where you live. So, but, you make those decisions before you go study with a person. You make those decisions. Like, hey, I don't want to, be your wife. I don't want to, unless I'm doing YouTube or TikTok, then our relationship is not any fun because it has to be on TikTok. It has to be on YouTube. Well, what if he doesn't want it on YouTube or TikTok? I know I don't. What I want when I marry a lovely, gorgeous Filipina like this beautiful thing right here, you know what I mean? If I was to, I ain't, but if I was to be that lucky, I'd want her right here when I'm preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I wouldn't want her in this lovely little top where you can see a little bit there where, she's small-chested, but you can see the small chest. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't let her dress like that while I'm preaching the gospel. Me and her going on a night out on a town, and it's just us alone and going, because this is the way they all dress in the Philippines. So we're in the Philippines. I might not mind her being dressed like that if we're just going out to, the local restaurant to eat something, but she's not going to go to church dressed like that, and she's not going to do videos where I'm talking about Christian stuff dressed like that, And I mean, I've seen this girl in several other videos. She is very stunning, and this is what, she's right. I think it's very prideful for her to talk about exotic Asian women because she knows that she's in the list to be considered an exotic Asian woman. She is pretty exotic looking. I mean, she's got that. I mean, she has that cross between being like, the whole Spanish colonization of the Philippines. She looked like somebody in her family was Spanish, and she looks like the perfect mixture of the two. I mean, she is drop dead gorgeous. I'm wondering if she's that drop dead gorgeous when she takes her makeup off. Now, I know the Filipina P looks almost totally different. She's still pretty, but she looks totally different, and she looks more her age when she takes the makeup off. When she when she puts a makeup on, I mean, it's like these girls, they know how to be pretty, even better than a lot of these American women. They know how to, and you have to appreciate a woman that's always beautiful. That's another thing I will give credit to Filipino women. You never see Filipino women like some of these beautiful Asian babes over here in Pittsburgh. They got tattoos. They got full body tattoos, the ugliest thing I've ever seen. They got their hair cut short. They got their hair. They got green hair, purple hair, blue hair. Good and well that ain't her natural hair. Some of them are blonde, and I'm okay with that. But my goodness, man, like they just dye their hair, and they're just really democratic. My problem with a lot of, whether you want to call them immigrants or migrants over here in the U.S., okay, and even American Asian women, especially American Asian women, more than the migrants and the immigrants, okay? American Asian women don't have to call themselves immigrants anymore. They're just Americans, okay? They are too American for the average black guy or the average white man. I mean, one thing that we talk about when we talk about Filipinas that we don't dare say over here in the West is that we like our women bare. We like our women wearing their natural hair. If you're a Filipina, wear your natural hair. If you're a white woman, wear your natural hair. If you're a black woman, okay, relax your hair, okay, and that's it. Yes, we're past afros and all that, but I'd rather see a black woman wear an afro than a woman wear a weave. Okay, and I've said this publicly in the most public places possible. I don't date women that wear weaves. I don't date women that wear extensions. I don't date women that wear wigs. If your hair is not as beautiful as this lovely little Filipino right here, that's fine. If your hair is not lovely as a white woman's hair, that's fine. But don't wear no goddamn wig or no goddamn weave. I remember back when I was married, okay? My wife knew right along we're not going to be married that long because she went and put that wig on, and I says, as nice a hair as you have, because she had nice hair. She got regular stringy hair. She got the kind of black hair that, like, when it's dry, it'll kind of moss up a little bit like regular black hair. But she got some Indian mixed in her. So do I. Okay? But she got some Indian mixed in her when she washes her hair. And when she first dries it, it's nice and stringy. It goes right down to her shoulder. But as it dries, if she doesn't take care of it properly, it'll go back to being, But all she has to do is put, she doesn't even have to, part it like we did back in the day and put the sheen in there and keep parting it and all like that. Put special rules in it and go to she doesn't have to go. She wasn't the kind of woman that had to go to the salon and get a perm every month, okay? So that she could have her hair down her back. All she had to do was spray it with some activator or some sheen, and it stayed long and just hung down her shoulder because she had nice hair like that. And if she rolled her hair up, with rollers, and then she took the rollers out, it would stay beautiful like that and stringy like that for like a whole week because she had fine hair like that. My mother had hair like that. My mother never had. My mother even had finer hair than her. Like, my mother had white woman's hair. Or no, not white woman's hair. I'd say Indian woman's hair. Her hair was shiny, and it just hung down her, Now, my dad had coarse hair, so my hair is like between my mom and my dad's. But I messed up my hair by putting too much lye in it to perm it and all like that. I used to wear shag, and women today, they said, you didn't wear no shag. I said, yes, I did. She says, you wore shag. I had to show them my old pictures. I had to show them my old pictures to show them that I used to have long hair, all the way down to my shoulder. And women used to hit on me. Yeah. I had a woman just grab my arm and make me go with her one day because of my hair. She ran her hands through my hair, and she just grabbed me by the arm and left her boyfriend standing there. I tell you no lie. She loved my hair so much. She grabbed me by the arm, and her boyfriend was talking to his boy. This is when I was in Job Corps. She grabbed me by my arm, and we disappeared into the line together. She left her boyfriend standing there talking to this other dude. And we went and sat and ate lunch together, and I'm surprised the boyfriend didn't come over there and beat the snot out of me. But he came over there and said, "What are you doing?" Oh, she's like, "Oh, you just now paying attention to me? You know, sit your butt down." And so he sat down, and we all ate together, and nothing else was said about it. But I was like, wow, you know. But women used to do that all the time. You know, they run their hands through my hair and all that kind of stuff. And them days are over. You'll never see that again. But, you know, I mean, I'd love to run my hands through her hair. Okay, she is stunning. She is really stunning, especially this picture right here. This one right here. She is very, very stunning, and right here too. You know, and I've seen other pictures of her because I used to watch her with her husband. That is super stunning right there. You know what I mean? But, you know, again, you know, oh, there she is here. Oh, this is her video too. I thought this was one of Filipina P's videos. That's her there. She is very stunning, and just like the Filipina P, every time she gets with other women, she's the prettiest one in the crowd. They're all pretty, but she's the prettiest. Now, if she was sitting next to the Filipina P, it'd be like, circle those two heads in the middle, and these other girls, you know, we'll let them sit in the back burner if this doesn't work out with these two. But her and the Filipina P, they got to be the two most beautifulest women on you know, Filipina media. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're both just stunningly beautiful. You know, there she is there. There she is there. Okay, here it is here. There she is with her man. See, I told you. I think that's Gio. I think his name is Gio or Jasper One. He has his own channel. She's got her own channel. Now, the thing about them is that he's only like 10 to 15 years older than her. He's not very old. He's much younger than me. But, you know, he talks about, I think he talks about how they broke up for a while and got back together. And I think he talks about how he had other Filipinas, and she had other Filipinas. I think he's the one that wanted to take her to the West. No, he's not. No, it wasn't her. It was another guy on here. His wife is stunning. I mean, his wife is stunning too. Not as pretty as her, but his wife is very stunning. She's a lot taller of a woman or whatever. And he's a guy that's like Gio here. I think it's Gio. Is his name Gio? He's either Gio or Jasper. I think he's Jasper. I think he's pretty sure he's Jasper. But anyway, is it Jasper in the Philippines? I think he's Jasper. He's either Jasper or Gio. You see here. There it is right there. I think it's Jasper. His channel name is Jasper in the Philippines. If I can see a picture of him, of one with him showing his face. Okay, let me see here. Go to his direct channel. Let's see here. One where I can see him showing his face. He's not showing his face. A lot of his videos, he doesn't want to show his face except for when he's with her. But I'm pretty sure that's Jasper. And I just got done watching a whole bunch of his content too. But yeah, it's Jasper. And him and her are living in the BGC together. I bet you when she met him, she wasn't able to live in the BGC. But now, you know, because he come to the Philippines, with his money and with his retirement or with his business and all like that. A man has a good business. He owns a bunch of real estate and a bunch of other things. He got like 3 things going on for himself. So he's doing great. I was trying to find a picture. I'm pretty sure Jasper is who he is. That's her man, Jasper. He calls himself Jasper, but you know, what can I say? You know, what can I say? And now I'm getting all this stuff. You have to talk about this. You have to talk about this thing with your Filipina. Essential conversation to prevent relationship and marriage failures. You know, and she's right, but the thing is they talk like we don't have to do this in America. You know what I'm saying? They talk like just because they're Filipinas that it's more difficult, like they're some kind of animal instead of a human. No. I remember the Filipina piece said something on those lines one day, and it was even more disturbing. You know? And let me tell you something about communication between the Filipina and her foreign man. It's all about the Filipina getting her man down to a level where he accepts. And it all starts off with, oh, you know, she's so submissive and so traditional. And then later on in the relationship, you'll see she wants to be less traditional and less submissive. And so she's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to cook all the time. I don't want to clean all the time. You could help me do this. Oh, welcome to America. Because that's the way it is here in America, too. Women don't want to be this all the time, okay? But they will if you're an alpha male that's making a fortune. You know what I mean? They will, you know, listen to Kevin Samuels for the first couple years of their marriage, and then they'll turn around and start saying, you know, all these other things, and you thought you were happy. You thought she loved what she does for you and all like that. Now she wants to have a talk about it. Well, sweetheart, I never told you you had to do all this stuff in the first place. Now you want to tell me it bothers you? I'm wondering what else bothers you. Okay? Really? Seriously? You know? But anyway, in closing, this guy here. I gotta put the, I done mess with the volume. There it is.
And he made sure everything was level, but he's so crafty. He connected the beams with more support beams. Nothing could prepare you for the final product, though, and it helped him get a girlfriend. This man kept getting roasted by girls for not having a headboard, so he took matters into his own hands. He moved his mattress and bed out and took off the baseboards. But what it looked like at the end will shock you. He added these metal beams to the walls, and he made sure everything was level, but he's so crafty. He connected the beams with more support beams. Nothing could prepare you for the final product, though, and it helped him get a girlfriend. He nailed these panels to the walls and cut holes for an outlet that would go in later. The panels fit perfectly in their spots, and he couldn't wait to finish this project. But he pasted all the cracks between the boards together, and it was finally coming along. He heard acoustic wood designs on walls make girls fall in love, so the man snapped his fingers and the wall slowly covered up. This acoustic wood wall design looked absolutely insane, though, and it completely changed the look of his room. He even went a step further and painted it brown with an airbrush tool. Now it was gonna look like a real man's room. But he installed outlets and nightstands on the walls. But his room's vibe at the end was unmatched, and no girl was ever gonna make fun of him again. This man kept getting roasted by girls
Okay.
for not having a headboard, so he took matters into his own hands.
Okay, so how about we get married and then you can tell me what to do with my bedroom and my house and all like that. If your desire is to be a girlfriend, you're going to come in my house and make rules for my house and you haven't said yes to my proposal? See, this is the thing. This is the thing. A man does not get to tell a woman what the rules are in a relationship. But a woman, I remember when I met my ex-wife before we got married, she moved in with me. Forgive me, Lord, for my fornication. This is what happens. And now we're divorced, thanks to fornication. But I remember she moved in with me, and the first thing she started telling me is, this is going to be like this is going to be like that, and I'm not going to be the one doing all this cleaning and cooking and all this kind of stuff. And today, if a woman said that to me, I'd be like, well, you know what? I'm going to drive you home. And, you know, you can think about, you know, what kind of man you want. Because even though I don't expect you to do all the cooking and all the cleaning and all this, for you to just say that on our first time moving in together, or the first time you came and saw my house, I think this relationship is getting off to a bad start. So, you know, why don't we just like see other people, or why don't you go see other people, and I'm gonna go back to doing my thing, because, you know what I mean, I clean my house. I already do all the cooking. I already do all the cleaning. Who you think is doing it? Okay? Did I say to you that I'm looking for a woman to move in with me and cook my food and clean my house for me? No, I did not say that. So if a woman was to do that to me today, which she probably won't even see my house until she's married to me, then she can say that. But if a woman is married to me, if I let a woman into my house, even as a fornicator, and she starts to make rules for my house, knowing that I can't make rules for her. And that's not just in America, that's in the Philippines. Okay? She started making rules for my house. She talked about having conversations. You know what? Grab your coat, your keys, and everything. I'm going to take you home. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to take you home. Not that I want you to do all the cooking. Not that I want you to do all the cleaning. But for you to make this our first conversation, I don't know if you're my type. And I don't know if I'm your type. Really. But this guy, he wants to bring women over to the house and obviously bang them. That's why they're in his bedroom in the first place. So these women are willing to come around and, but they decide they don't want to have sex with him because of the headboard. Why don't you, as you are in this relationship, why don't you nicely talk to him about getting a headboard? Okay? And I find it hard to believe that, I think if I took a woman and I brought her here to my apartment and she didn't like it, which I don't think I would, even if I was a fornicator, I don't think I would bring a woman to this apartment. Because I'm kind of set in my ways and I'm by myself, therefore I don't care about certain things because I'm by myself. And I don't plan to live anywhere permanently because I'm by myself. Okay? When I retire, I will get a house, and that house will, be my wife's house. I'm just living in it. That's the way I feel about it. When I get married, my house is my wife's house. I'm just living there with her. I'm just living there to pay the bills, and it's her house. And it's going to be her house, hopefully, when I die, because she's going to exceed me. That's going to be her house. She can do with it what she wants to do with it. I just hope she don't sleep with another man in our bedroom. Okay, like at least move the bedroom to another place or sell the house and get a different house before you marry another man. But it's her house. Because as a single man, I don't care about a house. I have this apartment. I have my bed. I have, my bed. I don't even make my bed sometimes. I just get up and leave. And I come home and I just jump right back into it. I'm tired, But for a woman to come to your apartment and talk to you about your bed, now I will admit, if the whole thing is moving in with you, then yeah, you should set the room up. Even if you're a fornicator, if the woman is going to move in with you, then you should, before she even sees the place, you go and you let her know that this is what my house looks like. Take pictures and say, do you like the bed? Do you think it's big enough? Blah 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 blah. And you do all that before she moves in. And if you're going to be the kind of fornicator, sexually promiscuous person who sleeps with many women, then yes, you want your house looking like a hotel because you are that kind of person. I know a lot of old men that they got everything in their homes. They got big screen TVs in every room, and they got a grand piano in the living room by the window. Whether they know how to play it or not, they got all kinds of pictures on the walls. They got they got a water bed. They got they ready to do some rumping and pumping. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the woman because they are a fornicator or they are fornicators, and they want to. This is what they do with women for a living, and they don't want to get married, but yet, their houses are always set for sexual promiscuity. They got porn inside the TV console ready to go if that's what she wants to do. If that's her fetish, they're ready to go. But me, the house comes with the marriage. You don't even need to see my house until we get married. You don't need to worry about what kind of headboard I got or what kind of pictures I got on the wall or whether, how clean my house is, because when we get married, my house is your house. It's actually your house. It's all yours, because the only reason why I'm touching it is because you want me to touch it. You want me to help you touch it. You know what I mean? But it's her house. When I was married before, I didn't worry about a house until I got married. And me and her lived in a trailer, which she knew it was in those trailers because she was the landlord, okay? But, when we first got our first house, she let me know what she wanted, and I was all for it. I just hated when she would just every time somebody said, hey, I got a TV, she wanted it. I got a couch, she wanted it. Can we go buy a couch? Well, no, we got a couch right now. What are we going to spend money for it for? Next thing you know, we plugged this TV in and it exploded. She's lucky we didn't have a house fire. The couch had something crawling out of it. You know what I'm saying? Lady, let's put our head together and put this in the budget. Don't, you know what I mean? We trying to preserve the furniture we got, and we done already cleaned this furniture and got all the bugs out of it. We done took this TV to the TV shop and got it fixed and all this stuff. Now you want to take somebody else's junk. I said, stop it. And, every time we got somebody else's junk, we ended up trading it in for somebody else's junk. And that was one thing that just really killed me with her. Have you ever bought brand new furniture before? Well, I know we ain't got the money. Oh, we ain't got the money, but you got a $2,500 keyboard over there, but we don't have the money to get a couch. Okay, you don't need $2,025 to get a couch, but you got a $2,025 keyboard over there. Okay, you got a $500 sequencer. Okay, when you can get the sequencer and the recording machine put together. But no, you had to get a $500 sequencer, okay, and a $300 recorder when you could have got them two items together. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of women that don't want to be cooperative. And if you get a woman that got a talent, she's an artist or a musician, like my wife was. She was a musician, okay, and I was a musician as well. I am a musician, okay. She always wanted to fight with me about how much money is spent on her than is spent on me. And all I wanted was one guitar and an amp. But I'm sorry if I want to keep up a little bit and have a small collection, or trade this guitar in and pay a little bit more money along with the trade in to get the better guitar or whatever. She didn't want me to do that. But oh man, the credit card bills went through the roof for her. And she wasn't going to settle down for a car that was like, that we paid $2,000 for, or $5,000, $6,000 for. No, it always had to be a car note. Okay, and the car note broke down more than the cars where I was paying cash. You know what I'm saying? Like, she just was incooperative. And I'm finding out from watching these videos about these Filipinas, they are just as incooperative. I just watched a video where a guy brought his woman to the West. And he brought his woman to the West. And once she got her green card, she decided that she wanted to go get a job. She wanted to go do this, wanted to go do that. Okay? And she was neglecting the kids. But when they started fighting about all this, she immediately said, no fighting. We're not going to fight about this. We're not going to argue about this. She grabbed the kids and moved out. And I don't know if she moved in with a new dude or she just got a place of her own or what happened, but it sounded like she moved in with a new dude. But that's what they do, okay? And that's what she was saying, where she's right to an extent. But that is the ultimate test. If my Filipina is truly in love with me or not. If she's truly a pure person. If I cannot bring you to the West and give you a green card and allow you to meet my friends and meet some new lady friends without you getting out there and being westernized and cheating on me and letting people, that means that all this crap that you just said on YouTube about competing with women in the West is a huge lie. And that means that you were never in love with me. You were only in love with me because you were third world and you figured I'm all you got. Don't fall in love with me because you were third world. Let the sky be the limit, then decide if you're in love with me or not. I don't want some women, I've had women like that, they love me, and then the minute they see that I can easily pay their bills for them and I do this and do that, then I'm sitting over here by myself and she's sitting over there with this other dude. Oh, but you expect me to drive you home though, right? Oh, you expect me to drive you home. Oh, you expect me to, give you money to do this and give you money to do that because I've been doing that. But you're over here talking to that other guy. Why are you over there instead of over here with me? Why am I sitting at the table by myself? And I don't expect these Filipinas to look at me any different than women in the West look at me. Okay? I don't expect them to. I really don't. Now, I do believe that as far as just doing simple stuff like showing up in the Philippines and, finding a place to stay and, I do believe that communication will get me, just typical communication. Because I do believe that the difference between Filipinas and American women is that American women expect you to simp them. They expect you to make a move. Whereas I think with a lot of Filipinas, and this is what white men are bragging about, is where and especially for the black guys, they're even going to brag about more because black women play games. Like, black women play games and they get mad and they say, you ain't a man, you must be gay because you didn't do this or do that. Well, if I say this or that to you, it's sexual harassment. And you'll tell me you got a boyfriend, or you're telling me that, oh, it's too soon for you to give me your digits, or you're telling me that, I'm not ready to go out with you yet, or whatever. And I'm used to that. So I take it slow. I'm slow with women. But the Filipinas, they want you to be slow. And the truth for them a lot of times is that they will give you a signal in a nice, sweet, non-aggressive way. They'll give you a signal to bring it up a notch, to heat it up a little bit, to let you know that they want more. I like women that as she sees that we're becoming comfortable with each other, you know what I'm saying? She would, want to hold my hand or want to, sit close to me, no strings attached, and enjoy a meal together or something like that. You know what I mean? I love that idea. I don't love it like, I love a woman that if I say, you hungry? And she says, yeah. I say, well, where do you want to eat? She says, she'll either say, anywhere you want to go, it doesn't matter, which I don't really believe it. I really believe to a woman it does always matter. But my best one would be, I would like to go to such and such a place if that's okay with you. Perfect. Okay? And I don't mind dating a woman that don't believe in eating at McDonald's. She don't believe in fast food. When I can't afford to keep jumping from, fancy restaurant to restaurant to restaurant, one thing about these Filipinos, I believe they'll cook. They'll cook. And they'll, and that's one thing about them compared to American women in 2025 is a lot of American women are so ghetto and ratchet, they don't even know how to cook. They don't know how to use a microwave. They're so busy getting their way and having a man do everything for them, including wine and dine them every day, all day long. They don't even know. Their parents never taught them anything. Their father wasn't around, and their mother just taught them how to be ratchet. Okay? And they don't know nothing. And I've met women that, I'm waiting to eat. She's still looking at the microwave. Woman, you're putting the food in the microwave. All you got to do is eat it. You need to look at the directions that long, But, it's crazy. And I agree. And this is where I agree. I agree that a lot of these Filipino women, as silly as they can be sometimes with the TikToks and stuff like that, when it comes to going home, they take care of mom and dad better than us American kids will ever do. They take care of their siblings better and have more respect for their families better than we ever will. Okay? Now, even black people back in the day, expected you to invest in their family if you were looking at their son or their daughter. They expected you to have some kind of investment in the family. If you were female, they expected you to, come over, mom-in-law's house and help her cook and help her clean and help her do things and go shopping, and help mom-in-law shop and, help mom-in-law pick out a dress and all that kind of stuff. If you were a man, a son-in-law, you help dad-in-law, cut the grass. You came over there and you drove dad-in-law around and you did all kinds of things. We used to be more traditional, and I'm okay with that. But when I met my ex-wife, her brother didn't like me because I was Christian, and he knew that her club days were over. She wasn't going to a club. I don't go to clubs. I don't go to bars. Okay, so he didn't like me. But he wanted to borrow our car. When he had a better car, he would borrow our car so he wouldn't put the wear and tear on his car. And I thought, I had to tell her, if you're going to do that, don't expect me to put any money into the car. Your car break down, it's just down. When your car breaks down, it's down. He ain't right. He's not going nowhere in my car. But he was just using her, and but it happens everywhere, It's a slight twist in the Philippines that's good, but not good enough. Not good enough for the way these women are talking, is what I'm saying. You act like, we're the prize, and you're going to come to the Philippines, and all this submissiveness and traditionalness, this is all you need. And then, okay, that's not good enough. Oh, we need to have this conversation. You need to do this in bed, or this is what a Filipino wants in bed. There was one here that says, what does a Filipino want in bed? There's one I looked at here, what does a Filipino want in bed? And I'm thinking a Filipino wants in bed, she wants to be made love to. She wants her man to love her. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And then they act like, and I think they're lying, these women getting on here saying, oh, they never had a man go down on them before. I think they're lying. I think Filipino men, especially when they're having one-night stands and stuff like that, they do go down on their women and stuff like that. Maybe not as much as these greasy behind white men, but they do. White men will go down, he'll be down there all night. She'll be sore and have to see a doctor when he get done going down on her, I've had some nasty white men talk about, fellatio like cut off your wiener and just do fellatio, and I'm like, excuse me, what part in this porn video do I put my pecker into it? Am I even allowed to get an erection? Like, what's going on? Well, see, you gotta go, now that you did the top, you gotta go sideways, and then you gotta go to the left and right. You gotta move the tongue, I'm like, dude, once she's wet, it's time. Okay. This ain't obviously this ain't a Christian channel, but I'm just saying, oh my goodness. Let me get off of here. I just had to say this about the Philippines, because they're getting, there's all this fussing. What do Filipino families expect from, now here's a woman in Mike's Philippine journey, he talked about this, where Filipinos are now getting to the point to where they're letting you know that you want to date a Filipino, this is what it costs you. And this is what they expect from you. This is what their family expects from you. And some Filipino women will tell their family, he doesn't want to do that, and I'm not going to expect him to do that. I love him the way he is. And some are like, can you do it? And they'll have sex with you and everything like that, but they'll slowly, slightly let you slide to the curb, And then you'll be like, what happened to us? Well, you weren't willing to do this and willing to do that, so, I'm still on the market looking for a good man, But if you want to do this and do that, I'm single. I'm still single. And he's thinking, I thought we was together, But, they're making rules for you in the Philippines, just like they're making rules for you in the West. The only difference is, in the Philippines, they're making rules for you to spend your money where it's really going to help the Filipino culture. You're going to put more money into the culture. You're going to put more money into your woman's family, and if you do that, she will marry you. It's not about it's like it's like Isaac and Rebecca. It's like, yes, he has requested me, and he has done everything. He's the man of a king. He's the man of a man of power and money. The answer is yes. Why wouldn't I? Even if she doesn't even really know him like that yet. Even though even if she likes a man with more browner skin or more lighter skin or whatever, the money's good. He's doing this from a family. He's making a good investment. He'll get this beautiful, stunning, exotic body and beauty and skin and hair for his investment. But here in the West, it's like you got to do this and do this and do this and do this, okay? And you tell me I don't have enough money, but yet you don't want to work. And then if I have enough money, you don't want me to think that I'm running you because I have enough money. So you want to go out and work when I have enough money to take care of you. You're living on diamonds, but yet you want to go out and work because you feel like I'm controlling you with my money. Well, which is it? And it's never satisfactory. It's never enough. It's never enough money. But yet it's always got to be, it's never enough money, but yet if I have enough money, then I'm making a slave out of you. So therefore, you need to go out and work and compete with me and show that you can make just as much money as I'm making or whatever. Meanwhile, I'm paying for sex, okay, because, you know what I mean? I have to say things a certain way, or I have to come up and accept some new rule that she's making or whatever to have sex with my own wife. Any woman that spends a lot of time putting her husband in a doghouse, I believe she deserves to be divorced. If every other day I'm in the doghouse about something, we're not a couple. This is not working out if I'm always in the doghouse about something. Okay, unless I'm just a bad man. If I'm a gangster and it's always about me going out there pulling a gun on somebody for any little tiny reason, I can understand why you put me in the doghouse. But you put me in the doghouse because I don't want to talk about certain things. You put me in the doghouse because I don't want to do this for your mama or do this for your daddy, or you put me in the doghouse because I don't want a dog or a cat or I don't want a swimming pool. Go find you a man that wants a swimming pool. Go find you a man that wants to, buy your mama a swimming pool. Go find you a man like that and let's see how far you get. And this is the one thing about anybody that has the wrong idea about race. Okay, just like these women who judge black men get beat up by white men. It's true. It's true. If the kind of woman that would say that, I never dated a black guy before, maybe one of these days I will, I really don't know. I've never dated one. Maybe I should start dating one, but right now I'm dating a white guy, so, okay. A woman like that, she has a good heart. But a woman who, without knowing, judges and says, black men are not my type. Why? She got to make up something and put it in there. No, because then you're generalizing, which is racism. When you generalize, all black men will be the same. And we're all different colors. We're very diverse. We're all mixed, just like Filipinas are mixed. We come in shades like mine, which I'm like tan. I'm like dark tan, like caramel color, like these Filipinas. Okay? We have people lighter than me. My mother was lighter than me. My grandmother was white. She's still black, but she was white. Okay? You know what I'm saying? My dad was extremely dark. He was dark like an African dude from the jungle. Okay? You know what I mean? My daughter is black like my father, my youngest daughter. And my second daughter is black like my mother. She looks exactly like my mother. She looks like a split image of my mother. And my stepkids from my previous wife, my stepdaughter is dark like her father and my father. Okay? And my stepson is like a cross between me and his mama. Okay? Matter of fact, me and him are about the same color. Me and his mom. His mom is a shade light than me, especially in the face. She's a shade lighter than me. Just a shade. So, if it's skin that you're concerned about, black folks, we got it. Black folks, we got skin. We got everything from creamy white all the way to African midnight. Okay? We got creamy white French vanilla, creamy white, snowflake black folks, all the way to African midnight purple. We got it all. And I've been, different places and met different, genetics of black people, and it's like, wow, we are really diverse as far as race. We are very, very, very well mixed. And we got a little bit of everybody in us. Okay, a little bit of there's a Filipina P drawing over there. But let me get out of here. I'm pretty sure this video is about 200 minutes long by now. I'm trying to think if I covered everything. I hope that even though this video is very long, I've been very, very entertaining and funny since I've, spent your time. But I had to say this about the Philippines because these gorgeous girls get on here and make these videos as if you're going into paradise. You're not going into paradise if you go into the Philippines. You're going into a third world. That's just like you go to Bahamas or the Caribbean. Drive 20 minutes down the road. It's like, please send me back on a plane to my own ghetto. This is horrible. Whether you're in Colombia, the Dominican Republic, whether you're in Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, you name it. Okay? There's ghettos. And the people are always, now there is one that I watched last week. There's an Asian nation that a lot of people are leaving it because they can't afford to live there. A lot of Asians are leaving and moving to places like the Philippines and moving to China and Japan because they can't afford to live there. I forget which one it is. I forget what Asian nation it is, but it's very expensive. There's also an Indian Arab nation, a Muslim nation I call them, that's very, very, very expensive to live in. I think Iraq is one of them. It's very expensive to live there. Of course, Americans aren't going to live there because they banned out Americans because of all the wars we've had with the Middle East and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying, you're not going into paradise when you go into the Philippines. And these women are beautiful because they have to be. That's all they got. That's all they got. My question here's the big question. What is the Philippines like if all the white men left? Now, there was a video that's very scary. It says foreigners are leaving the Philippines by the thousands. Is there 1,000 foreigners in the Philippines? Okay. A lot of Americans are leaving the Philippines. Why? And that's another video. But what would the Philippines be like if every ounce of the U.S., Canada, and Europe left the Philippines? What it would be like if everybody from the U.S., Canada, and Europe left the Philippines? What would it be like? Would these women keep being super beautiful? Would these women keep talking about, we're exotic Asians and everybody wants us? And, would it be the same? Would it be the same? What would happen if, the Filipina P didn't have Americans watching her content anymore? She lied or something happened, and so all the American men backed off of her content. Because most of her content is for Americans. It's American men. Only Filipinas that are married to American men watch her content. Okay, so, but let's say everybody that's U.S., Canada, and Europe decided to stop watching the Filipina P's content. What would happen to her content? But my bigger question is, why do you make it a big deal for us to be there, to come there? I'm all for, because I look at videos of some of the most wealthiest parts of any continent, and when I look at the Philippines, there's no place in China, Japan, or any other part of Asia except Thailand. Maybe Thailand's able to compete, but that's so simple. That is so simple and beautiful at the same time. And what I love about the Philippines is that you can go and everything is written in English, and most of the people there speak in English. Maybe broken English, but it's English. And nobody's going to be like, if I say English to them, they're going to go, oh, huh? They're going to do that. They're going to tap their mama or their daughter on the arm and say, interpret. Because there's enough English-speaking people. Everybody that goes to school speaks English. And everything is written in English. You look at Manila. You know what I'm saying? It's like driving back in the 1970s Homewood edition of Pittsburgh. It looks like my old neighborhood I was born and raised in. It reminds me of the 70s. Well, I wasn't around in the 70s, early 80s. But, the pictures they showed me of the 70s were even better. The further we go back in town, the more prettier they were. But even Homewood, even like before these ghettos became actually ghettos, when the mob was running these neighborhoods, that's what these Filipino neighborhoods look like. And they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous with, loose dogs running all over the place, garbage on the ground, trees, and, that's the way black people live. They live in these neighborhoods where, the grass isn't cut, and, there's broken fences everywhere, and, but back in the 70s and the 80s, early 80s that is, these places were still beautiful. White people love to drive through the ghetto, even though they didn't get out of the car. They love to drive through the ghettos because these places are beautiful. They have their own spark. The Italians and the French people that lived in these neighborhoods, they did their thing, and they invested a lot of monies in these neighborhoods, and then they moved out on us after they corrupted us. They moved out, okay, and left us to defend for ourselves. And this is why ghettos become ghettos. This is how once beautiful historic neighborhoods become ghettos. When and it's not really about the white people. I don't consider Italian people white people, but the Italian, the French, and people like that. I read a book on it. When they leave these neighborhoods back in the 70s, I believe it was, they left in the wars and the shootings and all that stuff. Then they disappeared, and they were running after Jim Crow. It was the Italians and the French and that were running black people, but they weren't running black people the way the Jim Crow people were. They were running black people by giving them jobs, a lot of slave jobs. They had women out there hooking and selling their body and all that kind of stuff, but not quite like Jim Crow. Okay, and these neighborhoods were beautiful. It wasn't until they decided to, drugs got out of control. It was Italian against blacks, gun wars and all kinds of stuff, and the mobs and all that kind of stuff, that when the mob was dealt with on both the French side and the Italians and the Russians, and they all had to split out, they moved out, and black folks could not tend for themselves, so they were glad to have the neighborhoods to themselves. They were glad that the mob was out, but there was no money because there was no mob, and these neighborhoods started to fall. And it's that way in the Philippines, where, like, you know, you see all this weed, you see all these weeds and this uncut grass right in the city, you know, and it's like, you could tell, it looks like something in the 70s, like, where, you know, we don't cut our grass and we don't fix our fences, and we live in these little, you know, easy, cheap homes, but it's beautiful out here, and you know, white people still come down here every now and then. You know what I mean? They love to come down here. They love to come down here and drink. They love to come down here and meet black women, you know, and that's the way it is in the Philippines, where you know, you see people driving cars that are old, that go all the way back in time. You see the yards and the fences, and yet all them colors, you know, colors of Asia, colors of Spain, you know, like you can see where, you know, they are still colonized, because, you know, Spanish people are all about their colors, purple, pink, and green, and like they're all about their colors, and that's the way the Philippines are. It's very colorful, very colorful. And I think Asian people in general are very colorful too, but the Philippines is very, very colorful. You know, their buildings, their, you know, their architecture, their, you know, and all, like, it's very, very colorful. And other than going out there, and I love to, even if I never ever, you know, fall in love again and get married, I love to wake up every morning and the people that I see are beautiful, lovely, exotic, as they say. Filipinas, just doing what they do, you know, just doing what they do, walking, you know, I love to just walk in the mall, and the difference here is, like, you know, when I walk in the mall here in my own city and state, Asian women put their head down, they don't want to make eye contact. But I believe in the Philippines, and I'm hearing this from other black people as well as seeing the videos of proof of it, where Asian women will look at you and smile in the Philippines. They'll look at you and smile, and if you look back at them, you're going to find out that they're looking back at you too. They're looking like who's that? Like, who's A? You know? And even if they're not interested in you in that way, they're just looking at you like that because you are American. They want to make sure that you don't need no help, that, you know what I'm saying? To them, like the Filipino pieces, you're exotic. Now, she's saying they come, and she said this too, the Filipino P, they come over here, they're exotic, but when we go over there, we're exotic. So, you know, praise the Lord. I can't wait to go to the Philippines. And I hope I'm young enough and good looking enough to be exotic. I will not come in there. I'm not going to come there in a cane. I'm getting ready right now. I'm working out. I'm going to come there. I'm putting this belly in. I'm going to look good when I come to the Philippines. I'm going to have this belly mostly all the way in, chest sticking out, muscles, you know, new dress code. I'm going to be sharp when I come into the Philippines. And here in the U.S., a lot of young women look at me, and a lot of young women tease with me. They're shocked to find out that I'm 58 years old. They're shocked. But it never goes beyond that. And even if they find me attractive and are curious about me, as they say they are, they don't give me a chance. And so I don't bother to. I know when a woman's giving me a chance, Okay. Now you say, well, how do you know she's giving you a chance if you haven't asked her out? Because there's a certain way I expect a woman to receive me before I ask her out, especially at my age. Like, I'm not going to jump through hoops to get with you. You know who, if I'm on a job, you know who when you get a break or whatever, who you want to talk to, who you enjoy talking to. You know, and with a lot of women, especially black women, it's always about, oh, I like him, he's coming over here. No, you just said in your head, or said to the lady next to you, you like him, why don't you go over there? Or why don't you do something, like when he walks by, say, hey, you know. Now, women that are like old as dirt don't mind doing that. There's women that come, you know, like on my job, for example. There's women every day that come in and they stop at the window and they say hello. And sometimes they even go as far as to flirt, okay? You know, depending on what you're talking about. Then, you know, when they go to their place, when they go to their department, you know, you walking by, they look at you like, you coming in here? You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? But, see, Filipinos will do that in their own country. They'll do that. They'll do that at a younger age. Whereas out here, women don't do that till they get old. Okay? Just like really, really, really let you know that they're watching you just as much as you watching him, you know? And a lot of times they're able to do that because they're not tingling. You know, they're not thinking about sex. They're not thinking about any kind of future because they're thinking about they're going to die soon. So, you know, when I say women that are as old as dirt, I mean women in their 60s, okay? That's not as old as dirt, but that's older than me, okay? Women in their middle to late 60s, you know, they seem to be very, very, you know, and they don't mind flirting, and they don't mind, you know, especially when they know that they take good care of themselves, and younger men are looking at them anyway because they take good care of themselves, you know. But in closing, I want to say that that's the difference between Filipinas. The reason why men go to the Philippines to meet Filipinas is because they were told that Filipinas are like basically putting themselves up for sale in the Philippines. They're not putting themselves, some it don't matter how ugly, how tall and short or what race you are. If you got money, kapow, you know. And, you know, the more money you have, kapow. If you white, that's even better. If you white with money, that's even better. Okay? Now, if you go into, do something crazy, like go into the third world neighborhoods, like go down to where the poorest people are with a camera and start interviewing and talking to people, which I know white men are more prone to do that than black men. Black men don't usually, you know, because we come from ghettos here in the U.S. Most of us were born and raised in the ghetto, and we became wealthy later. Okay? We don't want to go down to your ghetto. We already been through the third world nonsense. We ain't coming there for the third world, but these white men will go down and they'll be like, let's see what kind of poo-tang we can find down here in the ghetto. So they go down to the ghettos. And I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with some of the beauty of black women that come out of the most poorest, self-destructing neighborhoods, ghettos here in the U.S. And you see black women in the ghetto that you don't see nowhere else but in the Philippines. I'm watching these videos and I'm seeing these most gorgeous, beautiful Asian ladies, and they all gotta be like anywhere from like 15 all the way to like 30 some years old. And I mean, I've never seen an Asian girl, unless she was fat, I've never seen an Asian girl wear a pair of shorts and a blouse and didn't look extremely interesting and extremely, delicious. I mean, I'm just sorry. I'm not trying to be non-Christian, but it is the truth. I mean, I've seen some white women put shorts on and a tank top, and it's like, it's summertime. But other women do it. Summertime went to just tripled summertime, like super summertime. Now, man, like, oh boy, here we go, And, and I mean, you have like girls that are like extremely, like out here, women that are skin and bones are not all that attractive. And women that are thick, full figure, are not that attractive. But, Asia, and that's not just the Philippines, but that's Asia in general. Most women are just, there's that they're that size between like under 100 pounds to 150 pounds. You know what I mean? You can pick them up with one hand, like, and yet they have all that delicious. They have that delicious figure that says, I'm ready to have kids. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just amazing. I mean, and the Filipina piece, she lost a lot of weight. I loved her when she was a little bit on the thick side. You know what I mean? I like when she was, but she's just like, since she did that trip to Georgia in the Carolinas, and she ate all that American food, she got fat within a couple weeks. She must have gained like 100 pounds within a couple weeks or something. She went home and just fasted. She went home and just, and she looks good. She looks younger. But I kind of liked her the way I saw her in the Carolinas. Like, she was very, very stunning and womanly looking. Now she looks like, an older woman in a child's body. Now, you know what I mean? She looks like a old woman in a teenager's body. Well, she looks like a 30 woman hitting 40, in a teenager's body, But all these women are beautiful, and but is that beauty worth the fornication? Is that beauty worth paying child support, or worth getting a woman pregnant and ain't there to take care of the child? Is that beauty worth going all the way to the Philippines just to pop one off? Is that beauty worth all these videos that they do comparing Western women to Filipino women? It's not. Because you're doing the same thing. You're already westernized, and you never even been to the United States, and you're already westernized. These white men are coming over there westernizing you. Then they get mad when you decide that, I don't want to cook today. I don't want to clean today. Keep it in your pants today. I'm not in the mood for sex. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my mom and dad need this. I need you to write out a check. But they came over there with their zipper down like they were willing to do anything to get that exotic booty. And then they wonder why you making videos like this where, if a man wants to date a Filipina, what a Filipina wants in bed, and blah 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 blah. And the reason why a lot of these women are doing these videos is because they've slept with a whole smorgasbord of white men, and they've seen these white men go overboard. But see, sweetheart, they go overboard with the Asians that are already over here in the U.S. They go overboard with the white and black women that are over here in the U.S. None of these guys are going over there as virgins. And a lot of these guys are going to the Philippines to get something that they can't get with the Philippines they already got over here in the U.S. They're rapping and trying to simp these Philippines that are over here. These Filipinas that are over here. They're doing it over here. The only difference is these Filipinas are independent, like I said in the comment. They're independent. They don't need you. They're independent. And who do you see complaining about men going to the West to get a Filipina? You don't see no Filipinas, but they're there. They're right there. There's plenty of them over here. They're everywhere. Especially in any major city. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Reading, Allentown. Okay? New York. New York, Manhattan, Brooklyn. Albany, New York, Rhode Island. Okay? Anywhere where there's a major city. Go to Jersey City. Go to Newark. There's plenty of beautiful, exotic Asians everywhere. If you think that these white men have not tried these Asians over here before they went over there, you're silly. Okay? The difference is these ones are dependent and they're more honest than you. They're like letting these white men know the only reason why I would be with a white man is because. Okay? And they play hard to get with these white men. They play hard to get with these black men even more. And the videos that are made in America are more ignorant, I will say, than the ones that are being made in the Philippines. Like, Asian women get on here and they just roast black men here in America. Oh, well, this is why Asian women don't date black guys, or this is why Filipinos here in America don't date black guys, or this is why Koreans don't date black guys, or this is, and my favorite one is because we're both poor, we're both from the ghetto, we grew up in the ghetto together, and that's something that they want to get away from, not something that they want to turn around and go back into. And I have to agree with them when they say that, because that's where we as black people fell. We don't know how to get up on our bootstraps, as they say, and pull ourselves out of the ghetto and go make that money, make that career, own some businesses, own some real estate, do some stuff so that we can be just as wealthy. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Like, a lot of black men that go over to the Philippines, when everybody sees that they can compete with these white men, they got real estate, they got businesses, they're making passive income, they can live in the Philippines if they want to. Because why? They make their money in the mail. Their money comes to them every day in a check. They're making their retirement. They're retiring at an early age. And they want to sit there and say, oh, we only date old men. But the truth is, you date old white men, but when it comes to black men, the black men are getting girls more their age in the Philippines, whether they're rich or not. But on the same flip, the most prettiest ones, like this little lovely thing. Now I gotta admit, Jasper is not as old as a lot of her friends would date a guy. Like, Jasper is younger than me, I'm pretty sure. I think Jasper is in his either late 40s or his early 50s. I'm much older than Jasper. Okay? And she's in her 30s, I think, like the Filipina Pink. Or she might be in her late 20s. But they look like an ideal couple. Even though I've always felt that the woman should be lighter than the man. And so I think that black men that are extremely dark dating light-skinned women is more ideal, and brown-skinned men dating white women, and men that are darker than, a Filipina being she's already nice and caramel, her man being her color or darker, I've always felt that that's more ideal as far as appearance. I think it looks more manly if the man is darker than his woman. But the truth of Asia is that Asian women think that fair skin is white skin. They think it's pale skin that's less melanated. This is why they want to marry white men, and they want their kids. Hopefully, their kids will be born with blue eyes and mixed hair, and their sons will be tall like white men and all like that. Because a lot of Filipino men are short. And last but not least, but I think it's a slap in the face to the Philippines. Just imagine if black women, and what black women do it, but not as bad as Filipinas do it. They're not getting on here saying, what do black women want in bed, knowing that you're only talking to white men. You're not talking to black men. What do black women want in bed? And I guarantee you the comment section would fill up with the most criminalist black men ever to call this woman all kinds of bees for saying some garbage like that. Who you talking to? Oh, you don't think we're good in bed? Oh, this is what you're doing? You hating on the black race now? You hating where you came from? But these Filipinos are willing to sacrifice all for these white men. They're willing to sacrifice all. They're willing to say, oh, this is what we want. And none of it has to do with Filipinos. As she said, well, yeah, Filipino men, they're kind of quick and they're not as, but how did your gorgeous, beautiful, exotic self get here? Your dad was real fast, and maybe he was just rough and tearing it up in the bedroom with your mama, and you popped out looking like that. None of us feel sorry for you. None of us sympathize with what you're saying, because without these Filipino men, I should say, being unloving and just popping one off, okay, there wouldn't be so many gorgeous Filipinas to go around. If Filipino women didn't have more kids than everybody else in Asia, there wouldn't be these gorgeous exotic Filipinas to go around. I noticed that they have a lot of women. There's more women than there are men, and they never ever miss a beat. They're always beautiful and exotic, as she puts it. I mean, they're always just beautiful. Always beautiful. Now, I will admit that some of y'all don't age. Like, once you hit 40, y'all don't age well like American women do. Like, some of y'all, at 40 years old, you look like grandma. You really do. So I can see why you try to do everything young, and if I were you, I would try to be with somebody young, since you don't age like that when But, and that's another reason why I think a lot of women in the Philippines go after the older men, because they know when they get old, to him, they'll still be young. And it won't be like, and they fear these things. We're too dumb to fear these things in the U.S., but they fear them kind of things there. We're like, like they want to be in a relationship where they're always the pretty one. They're not going to get old and fat and, But if I come to the Philippines, I'm looking for the church crowd. I don't care if they're beautiful and exotic, as long as they're Filipino. I'm looking for the church crowd. I'm looking for the people that lift up the name of Jesus. I'm looking for the people that are not practicing fornication. And I'm also looking for one that wants to be an American. If anybody wants to be an American, you'd be the woman that I would want to make lucky. But I'm not trying to be a Filipino and throw away my American badge to be Filipino. I wouldn't mind the Philippines, maybe, perhaps, if I love it when I get there, it being a second home, but like it is for most people, but for most black people, that is. But I wouldn't want to just like throw away all my American status and just become Filipino, but yet I need to depend on American money. both of us are depending on my American money. No, if I'm depending on American money, then I am an American. If my money is independent of America, then I can call myself something else. But if I'm making American money and I'm raising my family off of American money, I am an American, and that's where I pay homage to. Okay? All homage goes to Donald J. Trump. Okay? I'm sorry to say it. Okay? All love and respect and credit and thumbs up go to Donald J. Trump. Okay? I'm proud to be an American. And again, I learned back in 2013, 2012, 2011 that there's a lot of beautiful exotic Asians around me. When I left my little hit town that was only black and white, like my neighborhood was predominantly black, but it was uprising of black people moving into the neighborhood since the Italians moved out, blacks moving in there, taking all the homes, all the broken homes that they left for us. They moved in there in New Kensington, and you didn't see nothing but black people and white people. And black people doing crime every day, white people enjoying their retirement in this little hit town. And where there's nothing. White people love that stuff. There's nothing out there. But you love it because of the trees and because of the quietness. Okay, a little bit too quiet for me. Okay, but if you go down about 20 minutes drive towards Pittsburgh from my end of Westmoreland County, you start to see more Asian women. And the most beautifulest woman I've ever seen in my life is what got me thinking about the Philippines, because she was nice and brown and exotic like this. And like I said, she worked at that restaurant, and she would sit in front of me every day on the bus. And the first time I looked at her, like when women get on the bus, I don't let them know I'm looking. I don't let them know I'm looking at them. You know how us nice men do. We just like look around like, and then we not always look at her butt cheeks, but But the first time she got on the bus, I looked at her, and I really looked her, and at first I just was like, wow, what is this prettiness getting on this bus? What? And I looked up, and she looked down at me, and she grinned, and I froze like, are you really that extremely pretty? Like, oh my God. And who was always on the bus bothering her? None of the black men bothered her, because we all figured she's out of our league. You know what I mean? She's probably married, somebody's daughter. We don't want no trouble. Okay, we looking. And there was this old chubby pot-belly white man, just like in the Philippines, who found out what her name was, and he would sit there and talk to her the whole bus ride. None of us black folks had the guts, There were black dudes that would speak to her, Now that was up in there. When we get further into Pittsburgh, these girls that are just as pretty, these white men, these white men just talk. They talk a game. I mean, they always talking a game to these Filipinas and these Chinese girls and Japanese girls and whatever. But it's usually Korean, Chinese, and Filipino that we have in these inner cities. Usually Chinese, Korean, and Filipino. And we also have Indonesians and and then we have like beautiful exotic Spanish girls, like girls from Cuba and girls from the Dominican and Well, Brazil, that's the word I'm looking for. Brazil, a lot of Brazilian chicks, out here now. Brazil has migrated to multicolored places. I mean, you can be, 100% white and be considered full Brazilian. So that's changed over the years. But there are some females and males that are, bloodline Brazilians, and they come over here, and the looks and the accent is awesome. But America is truly a melting pot. We don't have to leave here and go to the Philippines to be around beautiful, exotic Filipinas. But the reason why white men, here we go again, white men mainly, are going over there is because they can't get them over here. Because the Asian women over here have already used the white man to get to where she's at. She's already done what a lot of these Filipinas are going to do. She's already used the white man to get on her feet and travel from state to state and get her in a good job and a good town to live in. And the reason why she wants to live in these inner cities instead of the country is because she wants to be able that if something happens, she can switch jobs. If something happens, she can go get a new boyfriend. This is why they come to the city to work. Now, the ones that are happily married, just like in the Philippines, will move to the province. They'll take their white man and some of their black man and move to the province. They'll move to the country and live out in the suburbs. Don't be surprised if you fall in love with an Asian woman here in the U.S. and y'all met in the city, and all of a sudden she wants you to throw everything away and move out to the country. She gets tired because if she loves you, she don't want all these men breathing down her blouse every day. If she loves you, she doesn't care about, she's confident about the future. She just wants to be with you. She wants to be in a town where, it's not like, oh, why is everybody staring at me when I walk in the door? Did I just walk in here from the Philippines? I've been living here all my life. But I just think that they're doing it. They're going there to get what they can't get here. And the only difference between here and there is the time frame. It's not that these women are worse than them or they're so westernized. Usually, if you're Spanish, you're Spanish. If you're Asia, you're Asia. Okay? Over here. If you're Indian, you're Indian. If you're Arab, you're Arab. Okay? It doesn't change. You're not really getting westernized. You're getting independent. And that's what a lot of people want. It doesn't start in the West. Your parents are bringing you over here to be independent. And you were brought up in generations where they taught you how to be more independent. Now, when a lot of these Asian women get married here in the U.S. that have been born and raised here, they're doing pedicures and fingernails. They're marrying older men. They're doing everything you're doing in the Philippines. It's just that when a man divorces a white woman here in the Philippines, or a black man divorces a black woman, and they find out that they're getting older and older and can't get a woman, then they want to go to the Philippines, a place like the Philippines and other Asian nations and other Spanish nations, and they want to try to go through the rubble and dig. Okay? And dig and see what they can get instantly. And they know if they go in the rubble and dig, then they know that they found something that's for free because they went down to the rubble and dug with it. But in their own state, the women go with the cost of living. It's expensive here in the U.S. And the women want to be expensive. They put a price tag on themselves. How dare you put a price tag on yourselves and a full body tattoo with that fake hair and them piercings all over your body like you think men are attracted to that garbage? And you want to put a price tag on it? I should be able to pop one off for free and say, bleh, and run home. You looking that nasty. But look at this. You don't see too many Filipinas wearing full body tattoos, wearing wigs and weaves, and you know, you don't see that. And I gotta admit, I will say there's only one reason to even think about loving the Philippines compared to the U.S. And that is because of the tradition and because a woman may find submissiveness a walk in the park. And she finds that doing for you and treating you like a king is just natural. It's the culture. It used to be the culture here. But again, in closing, I keep saying I'm closing. I'm definitely closing this time. A lot of women in the Philippines, get this in your thick skull, are already being westernized by trying to complain about westernism. Making these videos. These Filipinos are getting on here envying these American women and their freedom and their independence. While they sit there and say, oh, you know, we're better for your man and we're better this and better than that. Okay? Now, when women do that, I have a feeling that they are not going to come to they're not going to come to America because they talk like that. They're always putting down Western women and saying that they're better or whatever. So that tells me you're really not interested in coming to America more than to visit because you're there with your American or Western man, and so you're coming to visit. But again, still, a lot of y'all are leaving the traditional submissive role that you used to have as women, and you're becoming more westernized without even visiting the West. It's a fact. And you're becoming less submissive, and you're becoming less traditional, and you're starting to do things because you're being taught that you can do that and still be attractive, and you're being taught that you can do that and be independent and feel empowered. And any woman that feels that she needs to be empowered against a man is not a woman that I want to be with. I don't care how beautiful she is. You feel you don't know me, but you think you need to be empowered against me. You think you need to be independent against me. You think that you need to be independent while you claim you and I are in a relationship. You need to be independent without me. You need to show me within this relationship within our everyday conversations that you are independent, so don't go there. You know. Well, I wish you had told me that when we first started dating, because I would have told you, the toilet is calling me, don't go there. Like I'd have told you, okay, my mama's calling me, my mama just woke up from the grave, she calling me, don't go there. Okay? I don't need a woman that doesn't want to depend on me. But at the same time, I don't need a woman to drain me dry and be with me just because of my money. If you're not attracted to me, you shouldn't be attracted to my money. If you don't like old men because you're attracted to old men, period, that's what you like, then you shouldn't be attracted to my old age money. If you don't like black men, you really want to be with white men, then you shouldn't be attracted to my money. Okay? If you got a problem with my height, because I'm 5'3", okay, so you're gonna be looking straight at me, not looking up at me. If you have a problem with looking straight at me instead of up at me, okay, then you might not want to be attracted to my money either. Because my money is for the woman that loves me. My money is for the woman that wants to spend the rest of her life with me in my country wherever I go. If I move to Canada, that's where she wants to be. If I move to New York, if I want to stay in Pennsylvania, if I want to go to New Jersey, if I want to go to Florida, if I want to go to Hawaii, whether I want to live rich or whether I want to live easy, she's with me because she is my wife. That's what submissiveness is, ladies. Submissiveness is not about, oh, you're going to let me be a man in the bedroom. You're going to let me be a man as far as buying the house. I'm the man with the money. That makes me a man. No, submissiveness means that wherever I am, there my wife shall be also. So if a woman says she loves me, she should be prepared. And it's okay if she wants to do sweat and tears when she does it. She should be prepared to leave her mother and father and cling to her husband. Leave her home nation and leave and cling to her husband. That is what Rebecca did to Isaac. They went all the way to her nation to get her. She left. She didn't even meet Isaac. She just knew that he was a man of God. She left her nation, her region, and moved all the way to be with Isaac. And she got down off her horse first and went to Isaac. She removed her veil to let Isaac know what he was getting. And she got down off her horse and she went up to Isaac. She let Isaac know, let's do this. Okay? But what do you have here? You have here women who are saying, oh, this is why they make 100 videos. Why? Because these women never plan to leave the Philippines. And if they do leave the Philippines, they'd rather leave the Philippines with about 5 Asian girls instead of your butt. They don't want to leave the Philippines with you, swing on their arm. They want to go out here to the States and see, like the Filipina P did. Man, I'm out here, and not one man hit it on me. But wait a minute, don't you have a boyfriend at home? Okay? Oh, not one man hit on me. I'm out here, and I'm not, and she just kind of said that under her breath. And they were hitting on her. They just weren't hitting on her the way American men do in the Philippines. They were hitting on her with respect and letting her know that, okay, you got a camera out and you're filming all this and I have a job to do and I don't trust you not to call everything sexual harassment, so I'm going to be careful what I say around you. Now in the Philippines, they might come out there and they say, sugar, you looking mighty nice, I don't know. But I'm just saying, though, she just couldn't resist the idea, oh, you should move to the Philippines. Well, then why are you worrying about people hitting on you in the West if you ain't planning on living in the West? Okay? But you want the Western men to hit on you, whether they hit on you in the Philippines or whether they hit on you in the West. It doesn't matter because it's all money, it's all Western men. Okay? Now, a lot of people are saying, well, if you bring your Filipino, she said it, this girl here, she said it, well, if you bring your Filipina to the West, they're afraid that, she might cheat. Well, then you were never really with him. If you go to the West and you cheat on your man because you got options like she said, that proves that you were never really bonded with him that way. Because when you go to the West or wherever you go with your man, you are his woman, you go together, you are a couple. And you love him and you want him to protect you and you want to protect him, and you're in this together. You're there together not for him to pimp you and sell you out to other men. You're there because of him. Whether you want to be there or not, you're there because of him. And so when a woman leaves the Philippines and gets a green card, which is very common with these women, and she starts divorcing her man, having problems with her man, breaks up with her man, and lets Western women hook her up with somebody else. Look, that's because she was never his. She was only with him because she was third world. She was only with him because of the money. She was not with him because she loved him. And that's my fear about Filipinas. Like, oh yeah, you're the one. American women don't have these videos where they just talk about love all day and what are we doing in the bedroom and blah blah blah. They don't have these videos. Sometimes they should, but like I said, what a man and a woman does in the bedroom doesn't belong on social media. That belongs personal in between their marriage. And if you ain't married, you definitely shouldn't be talking about what you are doing in the bedroom because that makes you a slut. Okay, and then people begin to wonder what your body count is making this video. Okay, but again, if a woman cannot leave the Philippines and behave herself, she was never really with you. You were just an icon. You were just a prompt in her game. And so to me, like I said, first of all, if a Filipina can't leave mom and dad and leave the Philippines to be with me, she's not wife material. Because if she says she loves me when I say pack your stuff, we out. She can cry for 5 hours on mom and dad's shoulder if she wants to. That's fine. But I'm her husband. I rank above them. Read your Bible. I rank above them. Once she says she's in love with me, and I present the ring to her, and she says yes, I will marry you, I rank above her family. The Bible says, man, and that goes for a woman as well, leave their mother and father and cling to their spouse. That's Bible. There is no you don't want to bring your Filipina to the Philippines. Then she's a slut then. She's a whore. She's doing prostitution. She's not looking for love. Why is she going to come over here with me and forget that I'm the one that brought her here? Forget everything I've invested in her. Why would she do that? Oh, well, it's a fear that they'll cheat on you. Even a Filipina piece. She says it every 5 videos. She does another one about you don't want to bring your Filipina to the West. First of all, I'm not bringing my Filipina to the West to pimp her. She's with me. And as a Christian, I shouldn't have to worry about that because I only marry Christians, number one. And number two, I shouldn't have to worry about that because I'm not taking her to the clubs. I'm not taking her to the bars. And she's not out here to meet blonde hair and blue eyes. Okay? She's out here to be with me. And if we go to church and she makes some friends in church, that's fine. But if you think that women in the West are more interesting than the Filipinas that you left at home, I believe that you have really, not only are you're under the impression that I'm pimping you, but you are under the impression that the West, after all the videos you made, you're under the impression that the West is a better place regardless if they got more problems or not, regardless if they got more sin and fornication and adultery and prostitution going on. You're under the impression that they're better regardless of everything you just said in the video. You're under the impression that they're better than you. And so, they're the gods of the world, the Americans. Even if it means I have to be a slut to be an American, I will do so because it is the American dream. Come on. Men aren't going over to the Philippines for you to turn around and want the American dream. He is the American dream. That's what you want us to think, right? He is the American dream. You want the American dream in the Philippines, and I understand that too. As much as I understand that, on a submissive level, like you keep bringing it up, on a traditional level, like you keep bringing it up, if you agree to marry this man, it's just like us being married to God. Wherever I am, there you shall be also. Say goodbye to your mama and your daddy. We'll call you when we make it to the U.S. Now, a woman that would want to come to the U.S. and want her Filipino girlfriends and sisters and that to come over to the West and enjoy some of the West with her, and she would want my family to come over and enjoy the Philippines with me, that's an ideal wife. And I would expect her, because the Philippines is more traditional, I would expect her, and the Philippines is very beautiful, okay, even though it looks like my old ghetto neighborhood, it's still beautiful, okay? The Philippines is a beautiful place, no matter how beautiful America gets. But, I would expect her to be the kind of woman that wants us to have the Philippines as a second home while she is my wife. And that is the way I would want it. Like, if I marry a woman of the Philippines, I would want the Philippines to be a second home, would be my second home. And I would love taking her home and seeing mom and dad and all the siblings and cousins and relatives, and let's all go out and let's spend a week together and have a good time, 2 weeks together, a month together, whatever. And then we go back home, you know what I mean, to America, and we do this every so many months. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I see it, because if I met her in such a beautiful place like the Philippines, where I met her, that's what I want to breathe. I want to breathe that air enough in my life. I don't want to just go over there and be stingy and ignorant and grab her and snatch her out of the Philippines and make her forget about her culture and her family and all like that. I'm not that ignorant. No. I met her there. It's very romantic there. And that's why I met her there. That's how we fell in love. I want to take her back there enough times to continue that romance and all like that. But she will be an American Filipina. And she will have everything. She will have her visas, her green card. She will be able to work and she'll be able to do anything independent of me. And if I can't trust her, it's not my fault for bringing her here. It's her fault for lying about what it's all about. She lied when she said she loved me. She lied when she said she was traditional and submissive. She lied when she said she wanted to get married. She lied. It has nothing to do with bringing her here to the West. If she's going to cheat on me, okay, because I brought her here to the West, she was never with me. And if she is going to become westernized like that because, she needs to come over here and make friends, do you know that a lot of these Asian women that are here in the West are very segregated? This is another thing y'all don't understand. A lot of Filipinas and Koreans and Chinese over here in the West. I remember when I lived out in New Kensington, there was a restaurant called Panda. This was long before, Panda, worldwide ever, Panda Express ever became a thing. But it was called Panda. There's a lot of restaurants called Panda. One of the first ones ever was right there in my hometown in New Kensington. The girls in there now, in that restaurant, inside our little hit town, our little private hit town, they were really scared of blacks and they didn't want to talk to blacks. When I went to the big expensive restaurant, which was about 8 miles up the street, okay, in Natrona Heights, or was it Lower Borough? I think it was Lower Borough. It's still 8 miles away. Well, about 6. these Filipinas were altogether different. They flirted with some of their guests and all like that. And there was a girl who was coming to my table and she was just acting really, 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 silly with me in a way, like making faces and making smart remarks. And, I'm hard of hearing, so I didn't hear what she was mumbling. And my friends were like, I think she likes you. And for what? I'm trying to figure out how to use these chopsticks. How does she like me? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, she thought it was cute because I found out how to use them. And I hurt my finger or something. I forget how that was. What did I just do here? Oh, I think I got cut off. Alright, I better get out of here. Something I did. Yeah, I better get out of here. Okay, I'm still recording. Let me get out of here before I done this video so long it might cut off by itself. But anyway, my point is that, again, I'm just letting you Filipinas know that we're not coming over there because we need a beautiful Filipina. We're coming over there because we can't get the kind of Filipina that we want here in the U.S. because, yes, these Filipinas become so westernized that they become independent and they don't care about being with a man. They act like if they wanted to be with a man, they'd go back to the Philippines. Some of them, and people are very segregated, especially Chinese women. Now, Filipinas here in the U.S. are just like y'all in the Philippines. They date outside their race very, very, very easy. Okay? But, Filipinas, like Chinese women and Indonesian women and a lot of them. I think Indonesian women, are very easy to hook up with white guys out here too. But there's a lot of Asian colonies out here that are very segregated, like Koreans. I don't know a single black dude that's dating a Korean, especially out this way. Maybe out in Florida or California. Okay, maybe out that way where there's a lot of Korean neighborhoods and stuff like that. I don't know. But I know that you don't hear about Koreans hooking up with blacks. But there are Filipinos. And a lot of times we don't know that they're Filipinas. We just think they're dark Chinese girls. Like, we just think they're exotic Chinese girls, but they're actually Filipinos once they let us know. And they don't mind being called Chinese. They just don't let you know, no, I'm Filipino. They don't mind you. I tease girls at my job all the time about being Chinese, and they don't say, stop calling me Chinese, I'm Filipino. They don't mind you calling them Chinese. They figure it's all the same. But you can tell by the accent, if you've been around them a while and that they are. But even though they have an accent and all like that, they've been here for like 10 generations. You know what I mean? Their great-great-great-great-grandparents were born here. They were migrants here, or immigrants here, But they still have that beautiful, gorgeous accent. They still have that. They still dress like Filipinas. They cook and clean and are submissive like Filipinas and all like that. But yet, some of them get real segregated. They only date within their race. And some of them, they won't date within their race at all because, they never meet anybody in their race. It's not like they can go on the well, we're starting to get that now in the U.S. Like, there are Filipinas out here looking for Filipinas or Filipinos. And there are, Chinese women looking for Chinese men, Japanese, and they get on these sites, but most of the time it's always interracial when you have to go online and look for dates. It's always interracial. And you see the truth when you go online what women want, because how often, like, if you go to Christian Filipina, everybody that's going there is non-Asian. Whatever you are, you ain't Asian. Going to Christian Filipina, they always pick a non-Asian guy. Even if you make a lot of money, they make a lot they picking on Asian guy. But if you go on usually a dating site, some of them are very diverse and interracial, and I love that. But a lot of them are segregated. They only date with men within their race, and if they do that, usually the site will be Filipino women looking for Filipino men, or Chinese looking for Chinese, Japanese looking for, you know what I'm saying? They try to come here to the U.S. It's very difficult, and try to find people in their race. But then when they find them, it's difficult because their languages are different, their cultures are different. If I'm from Pittsburgh, okay, and she's from, if you're from Pittsburgh and he's from Atlanta, Georgia, okay, your cultures are going to be different, okay? But in closing this video, I want so bad, and I can't wait to visit the Philippines. And if something's out there for me, then there's something out there for me. If not, I'm not surprised. But I think there's a lot of dishonesty going on. I think a lot of these Filipinos are very dishonest about their true fascination about white men. And I think that it's a shame that Filipinos are, and somebody said in a video not too long ago that those are two breeds of Filipinos. Filipinos, and they don't talk about all the different Filipino men that only date. I mean, there's enough Americans in the Filipinos right now that there are Filipino men that only date white women, because there's enough of them in the Philippines, and there's black women going to the Philippines and meeting black men. That's how diverse it is now. But most of these Filipinos, these Filipinas, these women, okay, are not honest. And someone said, like I said, that's a different breed of Filipino. Somebody that is married to a Filipino, that's Filipino and married to a Filipino. I think it was the Filipina Peter was interviewing her. She said these people here are a different breed of Filipino. They're a different culture of Filipino, and they base their culture around hooking up with foreigners, stealing foreigners from the expat sites and all that kind of stuff. And they're always on the hunt, like girls like this, pretty girls like this little lovely thing right here. Okay, they hunt down white men. When they're not with a white man, they'll go hunt one down, because they know they can get them easily. They're so pretty and so delicate, and that they can hunt them down and get them, and they go get them. Okay, and they'll go offer something, offer a massage, or offer you to buy them a drink or whatever, and that's what these men travel all the way to the Philippines for, because women in the Philippines are thirsty, whereas American women never will allow you to know that they're thirsty. The way American women are thirsty, especially black women are really thirsty, but yet they ruin it every hour of the day, at the top of the hour, by treating black men like black men owe them something, and he doesn't even know her daggone name, and he owes her something. You want me to simp you, but you don't want me to simp you. It's very confusing. You want me to rap to you, but anything I say will be considered sexual harassment. Black women are very difficult. Okay? And this goes on like clockwork here in America. This is why these guys go to the Philippines, and as soon as you say hi to a Filipino, that smile comes up. It's like, oh, he's talking to me, and he's so tall, and he's so white, But here, they see white men every day, they're not impressed. Okay? And they look at you like, what you want? I'm from the Philippines. Yes, and let me see. I'm gonna go over there. Don't follow me. I'm going over there. Don't follow me. I'm gonna go over there and finish. Don't follow me. Stay over here. You sit right there, sir. Don't follow me. I want to be by myself. Okay, and that's the way they are. I'm being serious. I've seen them do it. I've seen these lovely Filipinas actually tell them, stop. Please stop talking. I'm going to go over there now, sir. Don't you follow me. You know. Whereas these ladies here would love you to follow them. They'll be like, come on. Come on. You want to get something to eat? You want to buy me something to eat? You know? And this is what the men are going over there for. But then there's men that go over there and they look at you like, I came over here to get a woman. Y'all ain't into me. Like, why ain't y'all smiling at me like y'all doing them videos? What's going on? I said I was closing. Let me get out of here. There's a lot of, it doesn't work out for everybody. There's a lot of white men. And some of them are just nasty looking. Dude, maybe you should have worked out at the gym and started brushing your teeth. I mean, I got crooked teeth, but I brush them, you know. Maybe you should have went to the gym and brushed your teeth. And I could tell from the way you are in a hot car sweating in a hot place like the Philippines that you funky, okay? You at least step outside the car or crack the window or something, get some air before you start crying on video. Like, you know, like every Filipina isn't willing to sacrifice everything, okay, to hook up with a funky, smelly, old, greasy white man with money. Or a smelly, old, funky, greasy, old black man with money. Okay? And, you know, again, I'm not really looking for women that are like young enough to be my granddaughter. I mean, the maximum of her being younger than me would be about 20 years. And even at that, I would be nervous. But 10 years younger than me is perfect. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in love. I found the perfect Filipina. A Filipina that's 10 years younger than me and looks beautiful and gorgeous and takes care of herself in her old age. And that is perfect for me. And that's what I'm into. As long as she's younger than me. She doesn't have to be super younger than me. She doesn't have to be a kid. She doesn't have, you know what I mean? And I really do believe that a lot of these white men and some of these black guys are going over to the Philippines with prostitution on their mind. And Mike Philippine Journey, he exposed these guys because they did go over there saying that they were looking for a submissive traditional Filipina, but they went straight to the daggone bar and started sleeping with bar girls. Okay? And had to go take medication for herpes. And then they're going to get married to another Filipina, 5 women later. Okay? And I'm surprised I'm not hearing, because I know a lot of these black men and white men going over there sleeping with these lady boys. Because them lady boys over there ain't like the lady boys over here. I know that they got to be. Never slept with a lady boy before. Move over here. Get out of the light. I never slept with a lady boy before. How much you charging? Ooh. You cheaper than the last hoe I slept with. Okay. Okay, let's go. Lead the way. Okay. Turn yourself from the light. Go. Yeah. I know they are. They gotta be. How are these lady boys surviving? How come they ain't homeless and out on the street? If all these Americans were coming over there and not doing nothing with these lady boys, and there is a couple guys, a couple YouTubers, they won't come out and say it, but they're basically honest because all their videos are them meeting different lady boys and flirting with lady boys. So they're basically admitting that they're gay or bisexual, and that they only do this outside the country. They wouldn't do this here in the U.S., but yet they're letting it show up on video. And so I know that just like here in the U.S., and maybe even more because it's a smaller country and it's a little bit more third world, I know there's got to be a lot of venereal diseases floating around the Philippines. Guys sleeping with lady boys and lying about it because nobody caught them. And from what I hear, you get caught sleeping with a lady boy, there's no forgiveness for that. If you sleep with a lady boy in the Philippines, you have to accept that you're gay. But you cannot be bisexual in the Philippines. Even if a woman wants you that bad, even if she believes that you found Jesus and been delivered, there's no forgiveness if they know that you got caught with a lady boy. She's not going to sleep with you. Okay? You might get away with that. Well, when was the last time you slept with a lady boy? Did you get tested for AIDS and venereal diseases? Okay. All right, well, we can go out, But there, once you slept with, and they all and everybody treats gays way better than we do here in the U.S. But if you got caught sleeping with a lady boy, or they saw you with a lady boy, taking a lady boy to a hotel or something like that, they're going to forever hold that against you, and they're going to be like, well, he likes lady boys. I know he's trying to rap to me. He's always kissing on me and stuff like that, but he's gay. Which we should have that kind of attitude here in the U.S., but we don't. We're very, very, very bisexual here in the U.S. But these ladies, praise God for them, they're like, you're either one or the other. Don't come to me and tell me that, you were with a lady boy and now you're all of a sudden you want to be with me. Well, I don't have a pecker between my legs, so I don't understand why you want to be with me. That's the way they feel. You just slapped us in the face by sleeping with a lady boy, so go find you another lady boy. You know what I'm saying? We admit they're very pretty. Go find you another one, But I know there got to be all kinds of venereal diseases, the AIDS virus, and all that in the Philippines. All that fornicating and lying about who you slept with and lying about what you've been doing, and you just get on a plane and go out there and go straight to the bar and share a girl with another man. You didn't let her take a bath before you decided to go in for sloppy seconds. I mean, man, I know there got to be stuff floating around there. And so I'm not coming again to just jump on some young little beautiful poo-tang. You know what I'm saying? Do me a favor. Keep her in the house. Don't, or keep her, or I'm sure that when she's not doing videos, she's with him, hopefully. Because I gotta admit, she's not, you don't want her just roaming the streets. Okay, trying to act like she's just trying to go to McDonald's by herself. Okay, because somebody's going to kidnap her and take her to McDonald's. Okay, and she'll never see the streets again. She'll never use her shoes to walk ever again. She'll always be in a limo every time she need to go somewhere. Somebody will kidnap her. She's so fine. Okay, and give her everything she ever wanted, and she knows that. And she's on here like some kind of sophisticated, talking about the Philippines like she's selling. I think she does have a good job, though. I think she has a business. I'm not sure. But she didn't start out that way, and she didn't do it without his help. So, praise be to God. I just pray for the Philippines because I just think that it's declining as far as their morals. There might be, since the BGC has been developed and it's still being even added to it from what Jasper right here is telling me. Her her boyfriend, husband, whatever he is, since Jasper has moved to the BGC, it has even inclined more and more over the years. So, the Philippines is getting more better, but one of the things he said about the BGC is it's more westernized. The prices are up there, and people go there with that attitude. The Filipina piece said there is feminism in the Philippines. There are feminists in the Philippines. Matter of fact, Mike's Philippine Journey showed a book where they teach women how to be feminists in the Philippines. So, everybody that wants to lay down with a foreigner ain't about, submissive and traditional. They can't wait for you to get back up and pull your pants up like my ex-wife used to do, so they can tell you where the rubber meets the road and tell you what kind of man you gonna be, whether you want to be that kind of man or not. Let me get out of here. Thank you for watching. D-Roy Cruz, your Life Applications Officer, on my name of this channel. Forget what the name of this channel is, but I ain't done nothing on here for a while, so there it is. God bless you. Talk to you later with more.